Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Starchuk. I'm the MLA for Surrey Cloverdale and the chair of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services, a committee of the Legislative Assembly that includes MLAs from government and opposition parties. I would like to acknowledge that we're meeting today on the legislative precinct here in Victoria, which is located on the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, now known as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. As part of our committee's oversight of statutory officers, we're reviewing the budget request, service plans, and annual reports of these offices. We will begin today's meeting with a preliminary discussion about the budget request, and I'll ask to seek a motion to move in camera. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Contrary? Okay, we will take a brief recess. Thanks for being here this morning, and you know, it's always a pleasure to have you in the room for the subject matter that you're about to talk to us about, and hopefully that eye problem that's there doesn't cause you any angst. This year's process has a timer in front of you, and I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's kind of everywhere. So it's 20 minutes. So far, the statutory officers have done a pretty good job of narrowing down their focus. So I will leave this to you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, and I'll begin with a couple of apologies. The first is, please forgive the pirate look. I'm covering one eye not because it's nearly Halloween, but because I have double vision and I'm waiting for some surgery, and so I apologize for that. And the second apology is that my executive coordinator, Carol, couldn't be here. Just yesterday, she was scheduled for some urgent medical testing, and of course, it happened to be for right now. So I'm here on my own, and I hope I will be able to handle any questions. She normally does the budget and financial end, so I'm disappointed she's not here, but I think I should be able to answer most of your questions. So with that, I'll just briefly remind you that our office assists MLAs to honor their obligations under the Members' Conflict of Interest Act. We do that through giving confidential advice, assisting members with their financial disclosure annually and ongoing, and responding to any complaints about MLAs. So turning to the budget, it's really relatively straightforward. We're a small office, and our bigger expense is salaries, and then we have operating costs. This year, unfortunately, the legislature has told us that they need our premises starting next summer. I don't know who is expected to move in there. I imagine it may relate to the increase in the number of MLAs and that there's going to be a bit of shifting. But in any event, we're sad. We like the premises and we like the close access to the legislature. So budget-wise, we're expecting to pay more to an external and commercial landlord, and we'll have costs of moving and setup and other ongoing costs. We haven't yet found space. We've been in contact with government people that I expect will assist us, but we're not there yet by any means. So we've made some estimates about new rent and estimates about the cost of moving with computer move and so on, and the need for any different furniture. But again, it's all estimates. Apart from that, the costs are mainly inflation, cost of living increases for the salaries. There's one item which is for us to host the conference of the Canadian Conflict of Interest commissioners. There's an organization that has everyone in my position. Sometimes they have different names, ethics commissioner and so on, from each province and territory and from the House of Commons and the Senate. And we meet once a year to essentially discuss best practices and issues that affect us all, despite the different legislation. So I'll turn now to making a line-by-line review and give you some comments. So our first line, 50, is base salaries, and this is for our existing 3 positions. 2 are full-time and 1 is part-time. The executive coordinator and the legal officer are full-time, and the administrative assistant is part-time. So no new positions, no change to the existing positions. The change is related to cost of living increase. The staff are paid. I try to maintain parity with the BCGEU. It's helpful to have had a loyal and experienced staff, and of course they're dealing with confidential information from MLAs. To retain them, I've tried to achieve parity with the BCGEU, and as you may know, that meant an increase this year of, I think it was 6.75% in salaries, and last year was 3.5%. If you know what's going to happen with the cost of living, I'd love to hear it, but we just did the budgets guessing a 3.5% increase. So that's an increase in 2024-25 of 9,000 and similar amounts in the following 2 years. The next line item is employee benefits. So unfortunately, it seems to have been a disconnect with our dealings with the Ministry of Finance. I understood we were told that that they charge us benefits at 2.54% of the salaries. I'm not entirely sure that's correct, but we've estimated what we understood was the estimate for the impact on employee benefits. So that's showing an increase of 2.54% per year, but I'm still talking to the finance people. It may be that it should also be our inflation estimate of 3.5%. The next item is my salary. There is a bit of a wrinkle on this year. I was hired with a letter agreement, and it stated my salary and said with a projected cost of living increase of 2%. This was translated into an order in council, which is different. It says my salary with a 2% increase. And strangely enough, I have been not paid a 2% increase. It's been, 1 year it was 2.12%, and it's a bit of a mystery. But it's, I have suggested that it would be appropriate for me to have parity with my staff and the BCGEU, which would involve a bit of an increase for, an increase from 2% to the 3.5% they were paid last year and the 6.75% this year. And we didn't factor that in because the existing order in council has the 2%. But there may be a shift. Again, it's probably, in total budget amounts, it's less than $10,000 a year. I don't know if you would consider it material, but I'm telling you about the shift there. So we budget it based on the order in council with 3.5% increases. My salary has historically been based on the same salary as the chief judge of the provincial court, but because I'm working 75% position, it's 75% of that. So next is travel, and this is for going to conferences and official government business. I've mentioned this annual conference that it's our turn to host in 2025. I went a year and a bit ago to Yellowknife and found it very helpful to meet all the other commissioners and hear some of the concerns and solutions. This year it was in Halifax, and I had planned to go, but unfortunately I got COVID 19, and I was not able to go, so our travel costs were down a little for that. This is probably a bit high, but we've been keeping it at 35%. Previous commissioners have lived outside of the Victoria area and have flown into Victoria from time to time. And I think Acting Commissioner Lynn Smith met with some members at the municipal conference that takes the BC, yeah, thank you, I can't think of the acronym right now, but anyway, and went to, brought staff for that. But since COVID, most of the meetings have been virtual, and so that has cut down on travel. Next item is professional services. This is, again, a guess. Will we need some assistance if there's an inquiry where I'm required to delve more thoroughly? The only complaint that I've had to fully investigate has been the complaint against Minister Osborne about 1.5 years ago. I was able to handle that just with my staff. But it could be that a complaint would come by where I would need to hold hearings or do other things. And so that's the main item. It's really to have something that's a bit of a guess. We can't control the nature and volume of complaints made to the office. And if there is a complaint requiring significant hearing-related costs, which we can't handle in our budget, we'd have to come back to this committee and seek an increase. Information systems, this includes data lines, IDEA accounts, and so on. It's a chargeback from what we've been getting in assistance from the legislature people, and we've just budgeted $11,000 consistent with previous years. Office and business expenses, this one is where we've put in costs for moving. So we've put in just for 24-25 costs relating to the office move and some inflation. And then that 1 year we put in the $10,000 for hosting this conference of the Canadian Conference of Conflict of Interest commissioners. So the next items are pretty small. 68, statutory advertising and publications, just consistent with previous amount. 69, utilities. We're anticipating that in our new premises we may have to pay separately for utilities, and it may be a bit more. Again, we don't know, but we've assumed a $9,000 increase for that. Amortization is just consistent with the prior year. The building occupancy charges, and that's anticipating higher rent than we've been charged by the legislature. So I think that covers what's in our budget, line by line. I thought I had silenced my iPhone, so I apologize that I haven't. So I'll do that now. With that, I've covered the line by line. I think that's what you wanted. I'd be delighted to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Victoria. I will say that you have set the new bar for the other officers that are out there, only using half the allotted time for your presentation. Nevertheless, thank you for what I would consider a thorough explanation of your upcoming budget year. Questions? Susie?
Just out of curiosity, you're going to probably not like this very much, but have you considered your group working from home rather than finding new digs?
We did, and we did discuss that. Most of my meetings have been virtual.
I know. Yeah.
The big use of staff is for handling all the paperwork relating to the financial disclosure. And so, particularly during the period when I'm having the meetings and we're processing, you know, the members all present their Form 1s, but then my office staff process that by comparing it with the previous year, preparing a list of questions and concerns, trying to interact with the MLA to clear up any difficulties. Sometimes there's none, but sometimes there's quite a bit. And we don't want them taking the paper copies home, as this is confidential information for members. We lock it away. So we did think about that. There is this period of 3 to 4 months when there's a lot of paperwork and office work. But it's also not always the same 3 or 4 months, because it depends on when the election is called and when members are sworn in, and then they have a time period under the legislature to. So I couldn't even, try to get premises for just January, even as a repetitive 6-month period or something. It shifts. So it's less for me. I would like to be available to, I do sometimes meet members in my office and discuss things there. But it's more for handling the financial paperwork and processing it and keeping it confidential. So that's why we decided we needed something rather than just a virtual office.
Tom?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Victoria, for everything you do. Just based on the salary, speaking to the salary thing, it's legislated, I believe, that your salary is tied to judge's salary in the province. Is that right?
No, the legislature, the Members' Conflict of Interest Act just says my salary will be set by the Lieutenant Governor and Council. I know some statutory officers, the legislation says it will be related to the Chief Judge, but mine just says set by the Lieutenant Governor. But historically, I believe it's been related to that. I don't know if it's because there's been a lot of litigation about the salary for the provincial court judges. Anyway, I don't know the history of that.
So
but it is set by the Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, but the judge is more of a guideline, I guess, more than anything that's used by. And those judges' salaries, are they directed by legislation on the price on the wages that they receive? Is it?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
There's a commission, an external commission, which makes a recommendation to the legislature, which can accept it or not accept it, and ultimately passes legislation dealing with provincial court judges. When I was a judge, I was a federally appointed judge and not under the same process, but this is my understanding of how provincial court judges are paid.
So, thank you. So the lift that you're seeking, 3.4 over and above the 2% that's order in council, that would be more reflective of what, is that the guideline you're using for that lift that you're requesting?
Well, I've suggested to the clerk to look at the BCGEU. I did go online and try to find out what the increases have been for the provincial court judges, and I couldn't figure it out. And she may, she may come back and say, no, this is what they've had, and certainly it's still a topic of discussion. So I couldn't figure it out. I think they, yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Right, I don't
Thanks.
know.
Victoria, just want to make sure I got this clarified. As far as the conference go, that is an in-person conference?
Yes.
And do the conferences just simply rotate from province
Yes.
to province?
Yeah, we last did it, I think, in 2010, so it would end up being 14 years later. And it does rotate among each of the provinces and territories. Yeah, and there's a registration fee charged. It covers, I think it may have to increase by the time we do the conference in 2024. But it covers many of the costs, and each delegate pays their own accommodation and transportation. The costs, and I suggested $10,000. The costs tend to be meeting rooms, facilities, providing some snacks, I think. And a big one is translation services, because we do have a member from Quebec, and I think under Quebec law they're required to speak French and at the conference, and so there's translation services, which don't come cheap.
And then the last question I have, and regarding to relocate to offices, you're pretty good at the guesstimate as to what's there. How did you arrive at some of those numbers? Have you hired somebody, or is there some sort of service that's being utilized to look at space to come up with the budget numbers that are there?
We haven't hired anybody. We have been pointed to people in government who we've been talking to. they've been a bit slower than I would have hoped in providing information. The guess we came from phoning around some property managers and finding out what they were quoting as the price per square foot. In particular, I'd like to be close to the legislature because I think it can be of assistance to members if we're close to the legislature. I haven't made a final decision about that, but it's kind of what I'd prefer, and there's space in this place across Superior. I can't remember the name of the building there. And we have talked about the building the Attorney General is in, but it's down Fort Street. As I say, I'd prefer to be here, but we're looking at that.
Tom?
SDPR across the way?
I beg your pardon?
Is it SDPR across the way that you're talking about?
I don't.
Not to worry, because they've got buildings right across there.
Tom?
Oh, thanks, Chair. I'm always interested in the perception of conflict of interest and the gray area that sometimes it has. You mentioned a specific case that you dealt with this year, and I don't know if it's appropriate to go into camera or not, but I would like to know a little bit more detail on the process of what was perceived as a conflict of interest, how it was handled, and what the outcomes of that case that you talked about were. Is that appropriate to talk about?
Well, I can tell you the process generally. I'm guided by the legislation.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, if I get a complaint, I guess one question is it someone who can complain? In BC, a member of the public can complain, an MLA can complain, so that's a pretty easy bar. The next question is, have I been provided with reasonable and probable grounds to believe that there's been a contravention of the... Well, I guess the second question is probably, is the complaint against someone I can investigate? And the legislation in BC just is restricted to members. In some jurisdictions, it says public office holders. So during the height of the pandemic, I received complaints about Bonnie Henry, and I can't investigate that. She's not a member. If it was in Ontario, probably could be an investigation. So a lot of complaints are responded to on that basis. It was in the news that there was a complaint made to my office about John Horgan, the former premier. He is not a member. I do not have the ability to do an investigation of any complaint against him. So that's kind of the second stage. Then the next stage, are there reasonable and probable grounds? And this can involve a bit of back and forth to try to understand. I think some people may think that I'm an investigation office that can sort of get tipped off and then decide to do my own inquiry. But that's not what the legislation says, nor has it been the history here. The burden is put on someone to bring me something enough to... And if there is an investigation of the legislation, I would want any committee to consider changing that to, is there reasonable and probable grounds for, is there a reasonable possibility that should be investigated? And the reason I say that is related to the Osborne complaint, that some of the complaint related to proceedings in Treasury Board. And so a member of the public or an MLA that's not in Treasury Board can't come and say this is the decision that was made by Treasury Board and this member was involved in this way. So I think it's a bit too high of a bar for certain situations. So in the Osborne complaint, my next step, I know it's someone who can complain, it's against someone who can be complained about, are the reasonable and probable grounds, and this can take a bit of investigation. Is there, and then it's, again, very dependent on the legislation. What decision was a member involved with that could have had an impact on their private interest? And what's their private interest, and what was the decision? And so in the case of the Osborne decision, it did involve getting information from Treasury Board, which has its hurdles of confidentiality and undertakings. And before I could release the report, I had to go through a process with Treasury Board, give them a draft of parts of the opinion so they could be satisfied I wasn't revealing cabinet secrets. But so it's at that stage that in some complaints I I would expect to have to interview witnesses, members and other, under oath perhaps. I have the power to do that. I personally think it's often most economical and focused to first get all the documentation organized and do a strong investigation of that, and then you can find out where the gaps are and ask the proper questions. In the case of the Osborne complaint, I was given some written statements, essentially, by the member and her husband and some others. And I compared that with all the documentation and whether I felt that it was plausible and acceptable and whether I needed to do further inquiries. And I didn't do any in-person under oath investigations there. So it's, I mean, the process has to be tailor-made for the question that's involved. So that might be too much information. I hope not. Does that answer what you wanted?
No, thank you. You know, I think we all kind of worry, right, of being
Subject to a complaint.
subject to conflict of interest. I mean, as much as we try to do the right things all the time, there's always,
Sure.
you know, we're out in the public, we are involved in legislation and bills, and through personal investments or whatever, it could be tied or perceived that you're acting in bad faith in your job. And I think I speak for everyone, we don't want to be ever in that pool.
Right.
So, no, I was asking more specifically on the case itself as a template in my mind, because I think it's something you probably run into from time to time, situations that you had with the Osborne case that probably could leak to almost anyone in the legislature. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I guess it's good enough. So the case has been solved. Everything is clear, and there's nothing.
I think it's clear. I dismissed it. I mean, it's one of these situations where if you look carefully at what happened at each time period, I think it answers your questions.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
George?
Yeah, thank you. So if an MLA writes a letter to a company advising them to donate generously to a public cause, is that considered activity on behalf of constituents as per the Act?
I guess I'd need a bit more information, and I don't
I mean,
really
in
like
general.
answering hypothetical questions
Yeah,
because
well, in general,
I tend to
let's
get in
say
trouble.
If an MLA support certain fundraising activities,
Not for self.
not for
Well-
self, but for a third party.
I guess I'll try to answer that. It's not a conflict if you're doing something that's part of the general job of an MLA. And our Conflict of Interest Act is focused on any benefit to the member's private interest. So if the MLA writes a letter saying, please do this with funding, and the MLA stands to get $1 million out of the whole transaction, there's probably a conflict of interest. I mean, more difficult is under some other legislation. And you make me think of the case against Prime Minister Trudeau with the SNC Lavalin case. Now, I don't think that case would have been decided the same way under our legislation. I think he would say, you know, whatever I did, I was trying to protect jobs at SNC Lavalin in my constituency in Quebec. I was just being an MLA even though I was Prime Minister. But their legislation said if you do, essentially, I'm going to misquote it, but it's something like if you do something improperly that benefits another person, then you can be afoul of the Conflict of Interest Act. So there it was said what he was doing was benefiting SNC Lavalin when he tried to have them avoid prosecution. And the way he did it improperly was when he put some pressure on the Attorney General, which I don't need to go into, or the Minister of Justice, Attorney General. And that was held to be improperly. So under our legislation, you really have to look at what is the private interest and what is the decision that's been made. I mean, I will say that from time to time, I advise members that this may not be strictly contrary to the Act. You might not be contravening the Act and subject to it, but I think you should be aware that there may be this concern that arises in the eyes of the public. You know, and I sort of think, I don't know if that was the advice given, to Prime Minister Trudeau. Well, if he had, I don't think he did consult the Ethics Commissioner about accepting a gift of going to the Bahamas and staying at the Aga Khans. But I might well have said, you know, it may not be contrary to the Act, but it's something you'll want to consider whether the public is happy about you accepting a gift of this magnitude or this kind of, that's going to have this kind of expense for the security force protecting you. I don't know. But I find with most of the questions that I'm asked, I do have to dig into the details. They're often what's decisive, and it's dangerous for me to give a hypothetical opinion, but I hope that can give you some ideas anyway.
Great. Are there any other questions of Victoria with regards to our deliberations that'll come out of the budget that's in front of us?
Okay.
Okay.
And I do urge you, if you have any concerns that affect you, please don't hesitate to contact us. We do love to hear from you. Oh, is there?
I just think thanks, Victoria. I just think it's important that the public is aware that we have people like Victoria that keep an eye on the public person, on conflict, and make sure, you know, nothing goes off the rails. And, you know, it's important because we're under scrutiny all the time, and it's really critical that people know that.
And I think on that point, Tom, I think you touched on it the last presentation as to the number of contacts that you will get from the MLAs and or the new MLAs regarding questions to ensure that they aren't in a conflict of interest, whether or not it's something that's a gift or something that's on a wall or attending something. I don't believe it was in this report or it may have been in other ones, but I do think that that's a key point of the work that your office does.
Yes.
All right. Well, with nothing else than that, and David has walked in the room, so what he's seeing is that there's a ton of time that's left over after after questions that's there. So, Victoria, thank you very much for your presentation and your time this morning, and more importantly, thank you very much for the job that you do for all of us that are here in the legislature.
Thanks very much.
We will take a quick recess to reset the room.
Commissioner Gray.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. I'm going to wait for a few faces to pop up on the screen. Oh, there's the important one. And there's the other important one. Oh, yeah, there we go. We were, or I was, remiss this morning in doing some introductions. So we'll start off introductions, David, for some of those faces that and your staff may not be familiar with, starting with the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chair Tom Schmidtkamp, MLA for Kootenay East.
MLA Corley Oaks, joining you from Caribou North today.
Ben Stewart, MLA for Kelowna West.
George?
Oh, Rona Ray? No?
No? Okay,
Yeah,
Susie
George
Chant.
Chow,
Here it comes.
Vancouver Fraserview.
Susie Chant, MLA, North Vancouver Seymour.
And I'm Ronna Ray Leonard. I'm very proud to represent Courtney Comox today.
And Ronna Ray's voice is slowly but surely coming back. Slowly but surely coming back. And I am Mike Starchuk, the MLA for Surrey Cloverdale. David, thank you for appearing this morning with yourself and your team. There is a different format to this year. I'm sure that we're going to see a timer pop up on the screen shortly. And you'll have 20 minutes to provide us with your presentation. And there we go. And then followed by our questions or comments to follow. So, David, the floor is yours.
Right. Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today, and also like to welcome the new committee members to this committee. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm joining you from the traditional territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, now known as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations, and the work of our office extends across the homelands of the Indigenous peoples within what we now call British Columbia. Today I have with me Mr. Dave Van Sweeten, Executive Director of Corporate Shared Services, who is well known to this committee. I also have my new Deputy Commissioner, Elizabeth Maurer, who joined our office last May. It's a pleasure to be here to address the status and budgetary needs of the Office of the Merit Commissioner. As I began my role as a Merit Commissioner only in March of this year, this is my first fall presentation to you, so the timer is fine. I know no different. With this year's changes to the fall presentation format, I'll limit my introductory comments to a brief follow-up on items discussed with this committee in May, and highlights of my vision for the office going forward. So allow me to take a moment now to update you on the office, since I assumed the role of a part-time Merit Commissioner in March of this year. In the spring, I foreshadowed that we'd begin a review of those dismissal processes that resulted from the COVID-19 vaccination policy. Some of those files are now eligible for review, and our office has begun this work and has a plan for additional reviews. In the spring presentation to this committee, I also anticipated a review of the just cause dismissal process pursuant to Section 25.1 of the Public Service Act. This review is now underway by the Special Committee to review provisions of the Public Service Act, some of whose members are here today. I presented to the Special Committee in early October, along with others, and was subsequently invited to provide a written submission to respond to questions and recommendations made by other presenters, which I have done. I'm not seeking to change the scope to my work in the area of dismissal reviews. However, I have asked for changes that will streamline the work and help in the effectiveness. On the topic of effectiveness, I foreshadowed in the spring that this summer we would implement the new case management system that is core to the work that we do. We fully implemented our new system on time and under budget. Our staff and external auditors are both using the new system for this year's annual audit cycle from start to finish. And I'm excited to have a modern system to replace our legacy system, and look forward to reporting back to this committee on our enhanced ability to analyze trends and data. Since I was last here, I am also I'm ecstatic to report. I'm not just happy, I'm ecstatic to report that our office is fully staffed, trained, and continue and we continue to meet our high-quality standard of work in a timely and meaningful way. In addition to the hiring and training of 4 new staff, we've brought on 1 more external auditor to support the hiring audit functions to replace an auditor who had left last year. Our self-determined timeline goal to complete staffing reviews was raised this year to 45 days because we had a new team and we're growing and developing. Looking ahead, I'm returning this goal back to our 30-day timeframe. As the team develops and as we redefine our work processes internally, we will be resuming our special studies into specific hiring-related topics. So many of the organizations that we work with have expressed appreciation for the information and guidance contained therein. I'm also exploring potential updates to our annual Merit Performance Review Audit Program. Now, as a new commissioner, I have also begun a series of outreach meetings with all 3 branches of government, judicial, executive, and legislative, to discover how my office and mandate are perceived and understood by those whose files we audit and review. I have also met with other organizational heads of some of the agencies, boards, and commissions in my jurisdiction to further understand how the Office of the Merit Commissioner can better clarify the role of the office, ensure value for the information we report out on, seek out any process and communication improvements, and ensure any misconceptions, or as I like to call them, merit myths, on merit-based hiring can be addressed and explained. I'll be continuing on with these merit awareness outreach activities to ensure my mandate is well understood and that the observations we report out onto organizations continue to be meaningful and acted upon. While working in a half-time capacity as a merit commissioner, these last 7 months has been very challenging as my team, my agenda, and work have continued to require significant time, dedication, and attention to properly lead this office and ensure we continue to offer relevant and high-level services and oversight while meeting our legislated mandate. Okay, being mindful of the time limit, I'd like to now review our budget proposal before you today. The budget proposal today for 2023-24 is for $1.638 million in operating funds and $39,000 in capital funds. This represents an increase of 8% in the operating costs and a decrease of 69% in the capital costs from the last 22-23 approved budget. The first part of this new requested funding is inflationary wage increases. This is a significant portion of the overall increase I'm asking for today. I'm requesting $82,000 as an annual increase for fiscal 2024-25 to cover the costs of the July 2023 salary increments for future years. As a reminder of how inflation has impacted our salaries and what has already been approved, in recent years, the high rate of inflation led to an increased cost of wage inflation, which was reflected in the collective agreements and in the direction from the Public Service Agency about the increase for non-Schedule A staff. The impact of the wage inflation following the tentative 19th Main Agreement with the BCGEU wasn't reached until last fall following the preparation of our budget submission. Therefore, some catch-up was needed in wage inflation. That's because in our office, and a few others, we do not request wage inflation funding until an amount is known, and the amount retroactive to July 2022 were not known until after this office had come before this committee last fall. Once we knew the amount that the inflation was increasing wages, I came forward in our spring appearance this year and supplementary funding was granted. This supplementary funding allowed us to catch up salaries for the last fiscal year. Again, for this fiscal year, inflationary impacts on salaries beginning July 2023 were not known until they were announced this summer. The lifts are particularly significant this year, as you may have heard from some of my fellow officers. In this submission, I'm requesting 2 budget items related to wage inflation. Number 1, permanent funding going forward to cover the costs of the July 2023 salary increments in future years. Number 2, in addition, I'm asking for $44,000 as an additional supplementary amount for this year to cover wage inflation for the July 2023 salary increments. In relation to inflation, I'll have an additional request for a small increase of $2,000 in the operating portion of the building occupancy costs for inflation. The second part of my request for an increase in the operating budget is related to a new key priority outlined in the budget submission and business case before you. This is funding to support the addition of one new staff position. I'm seeking to bring a portion of the auditing function in-house so as not to rely so heavily on contractors, as well as to add capacity in other areas. I've outlined in the business case submitted to this committee that additional funding of $76,000 on the operating side and $2,000 on the capital side is requested. This will represent a 4.87% increase in the operating budget. This increase would be greater, but in fact the funding request is partially offset by $45,000 due to the savings that would result from reduced reliance on external contract auditors if this request were to be approved. Why am I seeking to add a new position at this time? On taking on the role of Merit Commissioner, three things became clear to me. One was that the opportunity to bring a portion of the office's auditing in-house to mitigate the risk of having all auditing completed by external contractors. This new position would audit competition files and train new staff and auditors in the audit function and would be a built-in mechanism to help retain corporate knowledge. Another was that with additional capacity, our office would be better positioned to do the high-value mandated work that falls to our office, including emerging areas of work. The world has not been static around us. There are new complexities and changes related to our mandated work, where increased capacity for research and data analysis will position my office to be proactive and ready. And in my merit awareness outreach meetings with heads of organizations within my jurisdiction, I have heard again and again the value that they place on the special studies my office produces. The portion of this new role that is not devoted to auditing, hiring competitions, would be directed towards research, data analysis, and potential special studies, such as the study of lesson qualifications that our office produced last year. And finally, in addition, with a recent staff turnover this year on this very small team, it became readily apparent to me that I need to restructure our work to be better positioned to remain agile in the face of any future loss of staff. And that could be parental leaves or long-term disability leaves, those type of leaves as well. This position will serve as an internal talent pipeline for the program manager roles and will also be positioned to fill any unexpected shortfall we may experience in contracted auditor output. My goal for this new FTE is twofold: reduce external costs while building internal capacity within my very small team. Applying lessons learned from the past turnover, this evolution is part of my restructuring efforts to ensure the office can provide continuity of service and ensure all timelines for my mandate continue to be met. I'll move on now to review the increases previously reviewed with this committee. I'm referring here to Table 2 on the 5-page budget document. This second table represents budget requests that have been previously reviewed and approved by this committee either in a prior fiscal year or as a supplemental funding request earlier in this calendar year. In December 2022, a capital funding reduction of $112,000 was approved for the 2024-25 fiscal year for the case tracker replacement project, as shown in Table 2 of our submission. This occurred primarily because some of the Year 2 capital funding was required in Year 3 of the project, and subsequent funding approvals granted us a dedicated capital budget in 2023-24 to complete the project. For the purposes in Table 2, there is no change in our projected decrease in funding needed as we are now live in our new system. The other item that was previously approved in the supplementary funding was $36,000 for wage inflation in 2022-23. That was the initial funding I mentioned earlier to catch up from the first round of collective agreement increases that were announced. I'd now like to comment on last year's expenditures for the committee. Although I was not in my role yet, it may be helpful for you to hear that we ran a surplus in operating funds last year, primarily due to the decreased operating spending needed for the case tracker replacement project, due to a reduced scope of the project, as well as some recruitment lag. We received a supplemental contingency funding for our case tracker replacement system. That supplemental contingency was capital funding for developing the application. It was requested in advance of user acceptance testing in the event that such testing revealed a need for significant new development costs. The office indicated in that request that funding would be returned if it was not needed. As the Merit Commissioner inheriting this new system, I would like to express my appreciation to the committee for their support regarding this project and the supplemental funding amount. If we had needed the extra funds, they were there. But I'm happy to report that while our case tracker replacement system budget for the year was $169,000, we anticipate only spending $69,000 of it, so I believe we have roughly $100,000 to return to Treasury. We are managing many of the application changes in-house and saving the spend of capital dollars by doing so. So to recap, at this time, and for the next 3 years, I'm requesting an annual operating budget of $1.638 million, plus an annual capital budget of $12,000 per year. This includes the $44,000 in supplemental funding for this fiscal year. And finally, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank all 5.5 people in my office, both new and current, as well as the HR, finance, and IT teams from our centralized service model and the Ombudsperson's office, who have worked so very diligently over these last 7 months to support me in my new and part-time role. I'm honored to lead this office, and I've had the opportunity to be able to put together such a talented, diverse, and dedicated group of professionals who continue to deliver to all of our stakeholders the high level of quality work that has come to be expected and produced from the Office of the Merit Commissioner. With 4 minutes and 43 seconds left, thank you very much.
David, thank you very much for your presentation and the applause to 5.5 people that were there. I mean, I had to write it down when you get the vernacular of merit myths. I did that. That's a good catch. That's a good catchphrase. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, David, for the presentation. I think, speak for everyone, thank you for your pragmatic approach. It's reasonable, it's sensible. It's not so much theoretical, but it's, I think it's felt with the committee from the budgets presented. I was going to ask more about the program audit analyst, why that needs to be in-house. I think you referred to it as about a $40,000 savings, maybe perhaps? $45,000 savings. I think you kind of described it already, so I'll leave that for now, but thank you for that pragmatic approach once again. The $25,000 request for IT refresh, what does that look like? Can you explain a little bit more on, is that just a maintenance kind of thing, or is that something that you need to do?
I'm going to let you answer this, Dave.
Sure. You hit it right on the nose. It is, we replace our IT assets before they become outdated and subject to hack attacks that have been the topic of several presentations here. And it's exactly that, just refreshing the technology. It's typically on a 5-year cycle. Some machines are on a 3-year cycle, and that's what it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Coralie.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation today. I have a question around the IT refresh as well, and the shared services with the Ombudsman's office. There was a pretty significant request put in for IT through that office, so maybe this is a question for Dave. I'm just trying to understand the shared service component of the IT. 25,000 seems very reasonable. But I'm trying to understand and how this works with another presentation that was provided several days ago to us.
Sure, and thank you for the question. The advantage of the corporate shared services model is we've got a number of IT assets that are shared and used by each of the offices. So if we were all one entity, all those requests would be combined into one. But because we're 4 different entities, each office takes a turn in purchasing a piece of equipment. So for example, if there's a switch on the floor that, in the server room that needs replacing, it might be the merit commissioner's turn to purchase that asset, whereas Jay, as the ombudsperson, may be replacing a server that year. So each year, a different office purchases a different equipment. So it helps what I would describe as keeping the cost down. So it's not 4 offices coming to you for repeats of each of the 4 pieces of equipment. It just adds to the efficiency of the shared services model.
May I ask one more follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So obviously, I remember the ombudsman's request. Is there also a correlation then to the Auditor General's request for IT? We've had a lot of requests for technology upgrades, and I'm trying to understand, there was one significant request, and I'm trying to understand if that supports everyone else.
I can totally see how you get there. If you think of the corporate shared services model that falls under my jurisdiction, under the ombudsperson through Jay, we have 4 of the independent offices that we support. The merit commissioner, Clayton was here last night as the police complaint commissioner. Obviously, Jay is the ombudsperson, and this afternoon I'll be back to talk about the privacy commissioners. So those are the 4 offices that participate in this particular model and share technology. The other offices have their own presentations and challenges that they face and present here.
Susie.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the special studies and research.
Sure.
And have your folks have you got somebody who does that work specifically, or is it off the side of somebody's desk, or how does that all work, please?
Sure. So the special studies, we have, in my 5.5, I have one analyst who also does a lot of work on the data and the report writing and to create our annual report and our merit performance audit, which is another big one. So off the side of her desk, she's been doing these special studies. They're quite labor intensive, but they're very helpful. But we can only produce so much. Well, as a new team with a new, and she's also our main case tracker replacement system person who can troubleshoot and fix things. And if not, then it will go to Jay's team. So she's got a lot of hats, and one of which is to do these special studies. Yes.
Can you give me an example? You very briefly said one, but can you give me an example with what the study was and what the outcome was in terms of it being a positive impact for somewhere?
So the one I mentioned was the lessened qualifications study. Lessened qualifications study.
Oh, okay.
So essentially in that study, and these are all posted on our website for public consumption, essentially in that study we were looking at when a competition is posted, but the hiring manager decides after the fact to lower the qualifications required when doing their screening of the competition. When in fact that becomes an error in merit because other people may have applied had they known the qualifications were lower, right? So we went in because we saw it happening anecdotally through our audit process. So through that we were able to dive into it deeper and actually come out with some information to show, yes, this is what's happening. This is why you shouldn't do it. It's happening more often than it should. And here's what I think would be the good fix, right? Is don't do that. But much more eloquently than that. And so we did a special study on that, right? And that when I was out meeting with various organizational heads, I was specifically asked, can you please get more of those studies out because they're so helpful for us when we're trying, because everybody just wants to be their best. Everybody wants to do their best, and we really find those helpful. Because you've got to remember, in my legislation, unlike some others, I can't provide advice or training. I can provide awareness. So if I can do that through special studies, then I'll do that, right? So that's kind of what it's all about. I hope that answers your question.
No, that's good.
Tom.
Well, thanks, Chair. I also forgot to mention on the last time I asked a question was thanks for giving me 5 words that we don't hear very often. And that's what was it? On time, under budget, and surplus. I heard those 5 words. It depends on how you hyphenate them. It could be only 3 words. No, just going into the staffing, last budget, you had 6.5 FTEs, but there was 2 vacancies, I believe, at the time.
Yeah, so in that.
And you hired those on. You said you're
Yeah.
fully staffed now.
Yeah.
So I believe there's a $157,000 underspend. That was part of that. Can you just maybe?
Sure, I'm gonna let Dave jump in as well at the same time, but I'll kick it off and then, you know. So in the case tracker replacement project, we had got some budget for a temporary resource, right? To come in and help, this was before my time, but to help the project along. That resource, again, was apparently not used, and therefore the money is being given back. So that FTE, or that temporary FTE, was not filled.
Right.
But no, did I get it right?
Commissioner McCoy, that was awesome.
Oh.
Just building on it and maybe a bit more context that'll help you. I mean, it was definitely before Commissioner's time. It was with the previous Commissioner. And the project plan for each of the 4 offices adopting the case tracker system was to backfill any sort of project staff that were used to apply their expertise in designing the new system. Under the previous commissioner, they decided not to hire that resource because it would have been quite labor intensive to teach them how to backfill. And on a team of 5.5 that we've heard here tonight, that's tough, taking someone out to train somebody, and by the time they're trained, you lose that sort of advantage of having that capacity.
Gotcha. Okay, so that underspend then goes back to general revenue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Susie?
I think a continuation of that question, sort of. You spoke about having in-house management. So I'm a nurse. We've had systems bestowed upon us. And quite often they come with external folks to be at elbow so that they can figure out how to use it, so that we can figure out how to use the systems. So when you say you're doing in-house management of the case tracker, does that mean you've got somebody that is able to tweak it so that it if something is not doing the job that it's supposed to, or going the way it's supposed to, it can be done in-house?
That's correct.
Wowza.
Yeah, so we're developing, and I mean, she's been amazing. And don't forget, Dave, it's a partnership. So yes, the company itself has those resources when you first take on the software to get you going.
Right.
And then developing our IT specialists that do shared services, and there's one who's dedicated to this Resolve project. And then inside the office of the Mayor Commissioner, because all 4 offices use the system differently. It's not the same system for all 4 offices. They're quite customized. So within our office, our one analyst has thankfully taken on that and has that bent to take that kind of work on. And she can make changes as our process, because our processes are changing. Our work processes are going to have to modify with this new system, because the old one was from 1992. So this one is really quite amazing in comparison. Yeah, so she can make the changes as we tweak our processes, and without having to impinge upon Dave's team as much as we may have to otherwise, because they're helping the other 3 offices. And yeah, and so she's thank goodness. And so there's a lot of savings in that. We're not putting in tickets to Resolve for additional support that would normally cost. We're able to do it in-house.
And if she leaves?
Yeah, if she leaves, then I'm going to have to lean on Dave's team more.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a couple of maybe they're more just clarifications, because after hearing merit myths, there's a lot that I forgot. With regards to the new funding, what you were talking about, the audit analyst, is it the intent to take the half person and make them whole and then provide another half person, or is this a completely?
No, the half person is a different classification. That's a part-time program manager. This is an analyst, and like I said, this will be the talent pipeline potentially into the program manager roles if needed. So this will support the program managers. And so, no, but that person will have, that new one FTE will have half the job doing audit, the other half doing, whether it's supporting our internal analyst on the system, doing special studies. I mean, there's no shortage of work for them.
And then the other question I had, and it might have been my ears, but you talked about the budget request of $1,638,000, and that is you had said that was an 8% increase over the 2020 over the 23-24 budget. Is that correct?
That's, I believe, what I said. Yes. Let me find it. That's what I said, yes. That's correct, that's what I said.
All right, all right. I guess it's just a math error from my side then. Okay. No, that's fine. George.
Yeah, thank you. So the funding, 76,000 is kind of like a net increase for this new position that you're gonna be hiring?
Yes.
Yeah. And of course, that position will have a salary level commensurate with your experience and what your
Correct.
requirement will be.
That's correct,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I do not see any other questions of anybody that's virtual. I don't see any questions inside of the room. So David, before you go, a lot of times when people will make their presentation, they'll have somebody behind you that will sit there and you'll see head nodding and smiling. And in this case, it's been Elizabeth that has been next to you the entire time. We are trying to imagine what her voice sounds like, but the smile and the head nods that you have from your deputy that's right next to you is an indication, I believe, of where your office is today.
Thank you.
She wrote the submission.
I think David was appreciative of that the big kid table, he was be able to sit at that today and not off to the side, so it's well set up today for him.
A happy Dave is a happy world, or a happy David. Anyways, thank you very much for your presentation this morning, and congratulations on job well done.
Thank you so much.
We will take a brief recess. order and move a motion to go in camera. So moved. All those in favor? Contrary? Carried. Okay, we will take a brief recess while we set the room. There we go. We'll have a motion to go in camera. Okay, all those in favor, contrary, carried. Okay, we will take a brief recess while we set the room.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. And Anton, welcome to you and your staff that are here today. There are a few new faces, although one of them is not on screen today. So we'll just do a quick introduction of the people that are here, and we'll start with the deputy chair, whose name tag is just getting ready to fall off.
Just hanging on
Just
by a
hanging
thread.
there.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, I guess. Tom Spitka, Deputy Chair, MLA for Kootenay East.
Good morning, Coralie Oakes, MLA for Caribou North.
Good morning. Ben Stewart, MLA for Kelowna West.
George Chow, MLA for Vancouver Fraserview.
Susie Chant, MLA North Vancouver Seymour.
Ronna Ray Leonard, MLA for Courtney Comox.
And Mike Starchuk, MLA for Surrey Cloverdale, and Ronna Ray is surviving a very, very, very raspy voice that's there. So Anton, we have a little bit of a different format this year. As you can see, there's a clock in front of you. No pressure in any way, shape, or form, but nobody's ran the clock out yet. Oh no, sorry, one. Yes, yeah, and we can guess who that might be. But nevertheless, you have 25 minutes to make your presentation, and then it'll be followed by questions and or comments from the committee. So, Anton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Chair, and members of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services. We appreciate this opportunity to meet with you to share our plans and budget requirements for the upcoming fiscal years. I'd like to begin with a sincere acknowledgement that this meeting is taking place on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Esquimalt and Songhees First Nations, and we acknowledge, with gratitude and respect, their stewardship of the lands that we're on. I'm joined today by Yvonne Cohen, Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Corporate Services, and Charles Porter, Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Finance, Electoral Finance and Operations. Both Yvonne and Charles will present elements of our budget submission for the next fiscal year. We also have several senior staff sitting in the gallery: Jody Cook, Executive Director, Electoral Finance; Tanya Aiken-Close, Senior Director of Finance and Facility Services; and Andrew Watson, Senior Director of Communications. Our budget submission this year is especially significant as we look ahead to the province's 43rd provincial general election, scheduled for October 19, 2024. As you know, a general election is the principal raison d'etre for Elections BC. During a general election, we transform from 79 full-time staff in Victoria to close to 18,000 temporary staff spread out across the entire province. The shift is significant and vital to upholding the democratic right of British Columbians to freely vote for who will represent them in the Legislative Assembly. I'll begin with a contextual perspective on our work, which is framed by the key priorities in our strategic plan: deliver events, modernize electoral services, improve accessibility, build organizational capacity, and protect electoral integrity. The next election will be the culmination of years of work to modernize the voting process for provincial elections in BC. In May of 2018, Elections BC tabled a report with recommendations for legislative change. The report was based on our experience in administering the 2017 provincial general election, and it also spoke to a number of challenges that had emerged in electoral administration since the early 2000s. The recommendations were designed to address these challenges and provide faster and better service to voters, enable faster results reporting, and more efficient staffing for election officials. One of the challenges identified in our 2018 report was inefficient staffing. The model in place at that time required district electoral officers to recruit, hire, and train an ever-increasing number of election officials in response to growing voter counts. Prior to the 2017 election, for every 400 voters, we were required to have a voting station and 2 election officials. Had that model continued to today, we would be looking at hiring over 34,000 election officials for the next election. Finding enough staff to hire and effectively train in the short time frame of a campaign period was both a challenge and risk to successful event delivery, especially given labor market conditions. And having that many officials did not guarantee good service. The model required voters to line up at their assigned voting station, even if other stations at the same voting place had no voters present. Voting trends had also seen a steady shift from voting on final voting day to advance voting and absentee voting. Advance voting went from 11% in 2005 to over 35% in 2020, with absentee voting typically at around 10% or 200,000 voters. The large increase in advance voting resulted in significant strain on the many manual paper-based processes under the old model. Absentee ballots had to be counted at final count, which made it more likely that the election results in a district and potentially the province as a whole would not be known until the completion of final count 2 weeks after Election Day. as I'm sure many of you recall this was the case in the 2017 election. We began to address these challenges in 2017 by introducing laptops to record voter participation at advance and absentee voting, and by adjusting the voting area model to reduce the hiring burden and undercapacity issue on election day. Through our experience in 2017 and our review of best practices in other jurisdictions, we identified the recommendations we made in 2018. The Legislative Assembly unanimously adopted these recommendations in 2019 with the passage of the Election Amendment Act of that year. These amendments enabled the use of proven technology in the voting place, such as networked electronic voting books and paper ballot tabulators. The key elements of this transition are both modern and familiar, with many aspects already in place in BC municipalities and other Canadian provinces. Voters entering a voting place will be served by an election official on a first-come, first-served basis, much like at a bank or a coffee shop. This will make voting faster and minimize lineups. Election officials will strike voters off the voters list in close to real time using the laptop. Participation information will be shared between all voting places in our network and with campaigns to help support their Get Out the Vote efforts. The use of electronic ballot tabulators to count paper ballots will result in results reporting that is both timely and accurate. Results should be reported much earlier on election night, and the ability of a tabulator to count a ballot from any district will mean that far fewer ballots will need to be counted at final count. Stringent logic and accuracy tests, both before and after voting, will be used to verify the correct functioning and accurate counting of the equipment, along with a random hand count audit of a tabulator in each district. Importantly, the electronic voting books and tabulators should combine to reduce the number of rejected ballots. Tabulators notify a voter if there is an issue with their ballot that could result in it not being counted, allowing the voter an opportunity to correct any errors. The core components of our system also remain familiar within our modernized approach. BC's unique accessibility to the ballot will be maintained, with voters being able to vote at any opportunity in the voting place and in the province, offered over many days of the campaign period. Our new administrative approach maintains the important checks and balances of our system that ensure a free, fair, and transparent election. Voters will still hand mark their paper ballot, the gold standard in election administration, which will be retained, if necessary, to conduct a recount. And candidate representatives will still be able to scrutinize voting and counting procedures to support a transparent and nonpartisan process. I have high confidence in our new model, which has been successfully tested in 4 provincial by-elections. As reported in national media over the last year, new challenges have emerged in electoral administration, particularly those related to foreign influence, disinformation, and other cyber threats. All of these can contribute to a decline in trust in democratic processes, institutions, and elections. With the enactment of the Election Amendment Act 2023 earlier this year, my office will go into the next provincial election with new tools to address false statements and information that could affect the results of an election or voter confidence in the administration of an election. My office is continuously monitoring emerging information on foreign interference in elections, and expect that I will have new recommendations to bring for legislative change to address these threats. Safeguarding both the integrity of the election and public trust in the election is a priority for my office and is incorporated into many of our activities. My team has been working over several election cycles to develop processes, procedures, and systems to address the challenges faced by election administrators in the 21st century and the opportunities that are presented by the proven technology. We're looking forward to applying this work for the benefit of British Columbians in our next election. Now to the numbers. Our core services ongoing operating budget request for 24-25 is $13,948,000. This is a modest increase from what was presented to the committee last year, driven by our need to procure professional audit services. Yvonne will provide more information on the detail of this request, including a breakdown of the relevant budget components. Our capital budget request is $92,000. This is a reduction of 72%, or $233,000 from what was presented to the committee last year. The capital budget will primarily provide funding for 2 projects, a system to communicate voting place wait time information to voters, and the requirements development and procurement work to support a post-election replacement of our electoral geography system. Again, Yvonne will provide the detail. For events, Elections BC will require funding in fiscal 24-25 of $5.657 million to administer the 2024 enumeration and $69.422 million to administer the 43rd provincial general election. The enumeration budget is about $1.1 million less than what was requested for the last enumeration conducted in winter 2017 prior to the May 9, 2017 election. We've been able to achieve efficiencies through expanded access to other public data sources, which means we do not need to develop custom enumeration software or hire and deploy as many enumerators. Charles will speak to the specifics of our enumeration strategy during his part of our presentation. In terms of our general election budget, the 24-25 requirements are an increase of 34% over the actual administrative costs from the last election in 2020. As outlined in our budget documents, there are a number of factors that have led to this increase, including 6 additional electoral districts, which are in fact a cost multiplier to all other aspects of the election, the addition of approximately 300,000 voters since 2020, with another 100,000 anticipated over the next year, a 14% increase in Canada Post mailing fees, which results in a net increase of 35% to overall mailing costs, including the rate increase, new voters, and our additional strategy for 2024 of sending notices to residential addresses where there are currently no voters registered. There are higher rates of pay for election officials to keep up with provincial minimum wage rates and labour market conditions, and overall inflation increases, as well, of course, of the technology necessary for the modernized voting place and in district offices. The addition of 6 districts in British Columbia is likely the single biggest driver of these increased costs. Indeed, for the 2009 election, which followed a similar increase of 6 electoral districts, in that case from 79 to 85, the resultant increase to the election budget was approximately 65%, $22.9 million to $38.1 million in terms of the budget numbers. For the 2017 election, where only 2 new electoral districts were added, the increase to the budget was 17%. Again, Charles will speak to these specifics. The last component of our budget is the funding required for political financing activities. This funding is mandated in our legislation. There are 2 aspects to this budget. We'll require $1.772 million to make the July 2024 payment to eligible political parties. We're also requesting $4 million to cover the election expense reimbursements for eligible candidates and political parties that we estimate will be paid out over the next fiscal year. With that context in place, I'll now turn it over to Yvonne to begin the line-by-line budget review. Yvonne.
Thank you, Anton. As Elections BC's Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Corporate Services, my priority is to ensure that our office has the ongoing capacity needed to efficiently deliver on our mandate. Our core services, operating and capital budgets support the ongoing work we do in between elections to maintain that capacity. Notably, this includes the ongoing maintenance of key systems that manage voter registration information, including address and electoral boundary maintenance, managing political entity registration and reporting, such as political party annual financial reports, and voter education. Finally, it includes the work of my corporate services team, including IT, human resources, finance, and other staff who ensure the operational teams at EBC have what they need to deliver on our mandate. Let's go straight to the spreadsheets. On pages 10 to 18 of the budget proposal, where you'll find tables 1 to 4 created by the committee staff for our use. Table 1 on page 10 and 11 is the 3-year budget plan by Staub. This table shows the current fiscal year, 23-24, compared to our request for next fiscal year. This table includes both our core services and the event budgets and illustrates how widely the total budget varies from fiscal to fiscal as we move through different events. The total proposed budget of $94,749,000 for 24-25 includes the $13,948,000 for core services, plus $75,079,000 for events, and the $5,722,000 in public funding of political financing activities. This table also includes our request for $92,000 of capital dollars, which is a significant reduction from what we have typically requested. I'll provide more detail when we review Table 4. The planned budgets for the two out years, fiscal 24-25 and 25-26, do not include any event funding. I think I have those years wrong. When we create our budget for electoral events, each budget is developed from the ground up based on specific plans for an event that are finalized during the fiscal year prior to scheduled events. Funding for scheduled events occurring in the next fiscal year are requested as part of our annual budget proposal, while funding for unscheduled events are requested as and when required. The committee requested that we also provide Table 1.2, which I believe is unique to elections, found on pages 12 and 13, which breaks out our core services operating, event, and public funding budget requests for fiscal 24-25. I'll walk us through the core services operating column, and Charles will speak to the remaining columns in this table. As I mentioned earlier, we are requesting $13,948,000, which is a modest increase of $93,000 over the amount recommended by this committee last year for 24-25. Additional funding is needed to engage contracted auditors to perform the audit functions under our mandate. After completing a competitive bid process for audit services, the successful bid was $100,000 over what we had projected last year. We also had some increases to our permanent staff salaries and benefits over what we had projected due to reclassification of some key positions. We are able to cover some of these increases through savings and amortization, resulting in a net increase of $93,000. The savings and amortization have been achieved by reducing our capital budget as we are using internal staff for information technology projects rather than contractors. The largest part of our core services budget request is attributed to salaries and benefits for permanent staff, building occupancy charges for our headquarters office and warehouse, as well as information systems. These three categories total $12,607,000, or 90% of our overall core services budget request, which leaves little flexibility in other areas. Table 2 on pages 14 and 15 show the budget versus actuals for fiscal 22-23. The variance of 11%, or surplus of just over $3 million, is mainly under the information systems line item. The overall surplus was a result of a number of ongoing factors throughout the year, including actual expenditures coming in lower than budgeted, recruitment lag due to market conditions, and supply chain issues. Table 3 on pages 16 and 17 shows the actual expenditures for the last 5 fiscal years. You will notice that the total operating appropriation is equal to the total operating expenses. As I've explained in previous meetings with this committee, this is a result of the funding process which culminates in the Ministry of Finance allocating Elections BC the exact amount necessary to fund our expenses up to the maximum approval. So the budget reflected in the public accounts equals exactly the amount that was spent in those years. And finally, Table 4 on page 18 is the capital spending plan. Our capital request for 24-25 is $92,000, and for 25-26 and 26-27, we have indicated that those amounts are to be determined. The two main projects that make up our budget request in fiscal 24-25 are to improve information to voters on lineups at voting places and to prepare for the replacement of our geographic information system, which is a custom system that was introduced in the 90s and is difficult to maintain with the existing IT expertise in the marketplace. We have started a gap analysis on what our business needs are and what the current commercial software tools such as Esri and Oracle can offer us. Fiscal 24-25 is a general election year, so the intent is to build a requirements document and conduct a request for proposal such that we can be ready to start the replacement project soon after the general election has concluded. We know this project will require capital dollars in future years, but it is too early to properly estimate what this project will cost. Future budget submissions will be based on these findings, hence the uncertain capital numbers for the two out years. We also provided a summary financial outlook that you can find on page 8 of our proposal that shows you, at a glance, the core services operating budget for the current fiscal year, next year, and the two out years. You may notice two trends. One is that amortization amount continues to decrease. Amortization is directly tied to our capital spending in previous years, and this reduction is a result of the additional organizational capacity we have developed in our IT department. This allows us to perform more of our enterprise hardware and software maintenance and development in-house rather than hiring contractors to perform capital improvements, and it can be seen in both reduced amortization and capital budgets. The other area of fluctuation is in the line item for corporate information systems. The baseline budget amount for this item is just over $1 million, But every few years, we have bigger expenditures to refresh our operating infrastructure as it reaches its end of life. In 24-25, our request is for $1,026,000 and then increases in 25-26 to complete a required refresh of our computer workstations. It then goes back down in 26-27. Thank you for your attention. Charles will now address the event-related annual allowance funding requirements.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good morning, committee members. As Anton noted, I am the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Electoral Finance and Operations. I'm responsible for ensuring operational readiness and the delivery of both on-demand and scheduled electoral events. I'm also responsible for administering provincial and local campaign finance and advertising laws. I'm going to review our event budget and then move on to a review of the budget for public funding of the political process. Both of these topics are set out in greater detail in Table 1.2 on pages 12 and 13. Following our 2023 redistribution of all voters to the 93 new electoral districts in the province, we will be delivering two major scheduled electoral events in 24-25, a provincial enumeration and the 43rd provincial general election. The primary objective of a provincial enumeration is to improve the quality of the voters list in advance of a scheduled general election. Enumerations are not held when an unscheduled election is called. A secondary benefit of an enumeration is increased awareness of the upcoming election. Enumerations are closely tied to our strategic priority of improving accessibility and inclusivity. The 2024 enumeration plan will combine a province-wide advertising campaign, a mail-out of personalized voter registration notices, and in-person activities conducted in areas where they can have the most value in reaching voters. The mail-out and advertising campaign will build on earlier redistribution messaging. Both will begin in mid-August, and enumerators will be hired to conduct enumeration activities in the field in September of 2024. Communities and facilities serving individuals who have typically experienced barriers to participation will be a key focus for in-person outreach, including Indigenous communities, post-secondary institutions, homeless shelters, and organizations serving new Canadians. A key component of our enumeration strategy is to get the voters list as accurate as possible before the enumeration begins. We are served in this regard by recent legislative changes and agreements which provide Elections BC with more voter data than before. To receive and process data, we will have temporary staff working with our voter services team over the months before the event starts to identify and apply updates from our information sharing agreements and to follow up with voters as necessary. The data that we will be able to access is limited to basic name, birth date, and address details, only what is necessary for us to process voters. Our sources of information include Elections Canada, BC driver's licenses, BC ID cards, and BC services card data. The budget request for the enumeration is $5,657,000 next fiscal year. Looking now at the line item budget for the enumeration, you can see that the largest expense categories are for office and business expenses. The bulk of the $3.22 million under this stub are costs related to the direct mailing of voter registration notices. The next largest category, at just over $1 million, is for advertising-related expenses. We have budgeted $1,049,000 for salaries and benefits for enumeration staff, split between enumerators working in the field and temporary staff at our headquarters. The bulk of our headquarters temporary staff are contact center operators who answer voter inquiries in response to the voter registration notice and register or update registrations as needed. I will now move on to the 43rd provincial general election scheduled for October 19th, 2024. We are now, of course, less than a year until the writs are issued, and we are rapidly increasing readiness activities for this event. This time last year, we met with this committee at the early stages of our event planning, and we identified some event-related spending in the current fiscal year to prepare for the event. This time next year, we will have conducted the event and begun our event closeout activities. A provincial general election is an immense and fast-paced event. The election event budget we are presenting to you today sets out the spending we will need to implement a plan that includes over 360 different deliverables developed over years in accordance with our planning framework. As Yvonne mentioned, we conduct a zero-based budget for an election, which involves estimating the cost of each deliverable in our event plan. Where necessary, we estimate based on budgeting assumptions derived from previous events. This is particularly true of the budgets to administer voting and counting in the electoral districts. The detailed district-specific budgets for this work will be prepared next spring when the district electoral officers and their deputies complete their final general election readiness planning assignment. So our submission today includes our best estimate of items like voting place and office rental costs. The provincial general election budget for the next fiscal year is $69.422 million. While this is also set out in Table 1.2, the pie chart on page 6 of our budget proposal provides a breakdown on how we are proposing to spend this amount. The largest category of expenditure is staff wages. Between our district electoral officers, their deputies, their office staff, and election officials, as well as the temporary headquarters staff needed to support the election, we require $31.686 million, or about 46% of the overall election budget. While new legislation, technology, and procedures will allow us to hire fewer election officials than in the past, the increase from 87 to 93 electoral districts means more DEOs and their deputies and office staff will be needed. Similarly, headquarters staffing needs to increase to ensure we can support the increased number of district electoral officers and the new technology they will be working with, as well as to counter emerging threats like domestic or foreign election interference. Beyond our staff, we rely on a number of key contractors to help us deliver an election, and the costs of these professional services are estimated at $2.668 million. Services included under this line item include contracted IT support staff, payroll services for election officials, and services to monitor social media and other channels for disinformation, misinformation, and other threats. After people, the largest cost category is for information systems. This is budgeted at $10.593 million and includes equipment leasing, licensing and support costs, software licensing, and network costs. Next is office expenses at $7.186 million. This includes furniture rental in DEO offices, transportation costs for election supplies, and costs associated with in-person training for DEOs. Building occupancy costs, including the rental of district electoral offices and voting places, are $6.425 million. More districts means more DEO offices and more advanced voting places. Combined with the rising cost of commercial rents, this results in an increase of about $1 million over the amount spent in the 2020 general election. Printing and province-wide distribution costs for where-to-vote cards are $4.954 million. Advertising costs are $4.832 million. This includes the mandatory Election Act required advertising about voting opportunities and advertising which will introduce voters to the new look and technology of voting. Finally, ballot printing is budgeted at $1.078 million. While greater use of technology has impacted the budget estimate for this provincial election, some of these costs are investments in future election infrastructure. Some equipment will serve for multiple provincial elections. These infrastructure costs are approximately $1.2 million in fiscal 2024-25. The combined total across all fiscals based on previous budget requests comes to approximately $8 million and includes technology for the voting places in the district electoral offices. The final component of our request is $5.722 million for public political financing. First, I will speak to the annual allowance payments, then I will discuss election reimbursements. In accordance with Section 215.02 of the Election Act, the Chief Electoral Officer must pay an annual allowance to registered political parties whose candidates in the most recent general election received at least 2% of the valid votes cast in all electoral districts or 5% of the valid votes cast in the districts in which the political party endorsed candidates. Funding is based on an allocation of $1.75 per vote received plus an adjustment to account for changes to the Consumer Price Index each January. The estimate of $1.772 million only includes the July 15, 2024 payment, as the second installment in fiscal 24-25 it'll happen in January of 25, will be based on the results of the 43rd provincial general election. Once the results of the election are known, we will write the committee with a supplementary funding requirement for the January 15, 2025 payment. Now I will turn to the subject of election reimbursements. The estimate for election expense reimbursement payments is $4 million. Section 215.04 of the Election Act requires the reimbursement of certain election expenses to political parties and candidates. Eligibility is based on the proportion of votes parties and candidates receive in the election. Eligible recipients are entitled to 50% of the reimbursable expenses up to 50% of the election expenses limit. This is paid in 2 installments, and only the first installment is included in the 2024-25 fiscal year. Since the number of eligible recipients cannot be known until the election results are declared, the $4 million estimate is based on previous elections and will change based on actual voting results and the expenses incurred by candidates and parties. A similar amount will be included in next year's event funding request to cover the second installment. This concludes my remarks. Over to Anton for closing comments.
Thank you, Charles and Yvonne, and my apologies for using extra time thus far in our presentation. The 2024 election will be historic for British Columbians, and the last 3 years have been a time of tremendous work and change for Elections BC. I'm very proud of the extent to which we've introduced these significant changes to our electoral processes and are looking forward to seeing them implemented province-wide in the next general election. These changes improve efficiency in the voting process, provide better service to voters, maintain the necessary integrity checks, and will hopefully support improved voter participation in our next election. We're now pleased to answer any questions the committee members may have. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your presentation, Anton. And before we get into the questions, if you wouldn't mind taking the time to introduce the staff that are behind you.
Certainly, yes. I think I had in my opening comments that we had
Did he?
Jody
Oh, I'm
Cook
sorry.
here.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was the part I did not remember. Okay, there we go. Numbers. Okay. Thank you. And we will go to the first person on my list, Tom.
Thanks, Anton, for the presentation. A couple non-budgetary questions first. I might ask some budgetary stuff later, but the first one, it's always a concern of mine, is the threat, foreign influence, election interference, those kind of things. What do you perceive as the biggest threat, perhaps, for foreign influence? It could be cyber attack, could be misinformation. I'm not sure what it is, but what keeps you up at night? And the second one would be on fixed election dates. We know that under, I guess, a request from the Premier, Lieutenant Governor could dismiss the Legislature, which would trigger an election. Can that work in opposite? Can it work on a fixed election date? Could the Premier actually request a stay of the fixed election date to go past it from the Lieutenant Governor?
Maybe I'll address the second question first. My understanding is under the Constitution Act, there is a time to limit where the election must be held on this day. So the idea of a deferral, extending it beyond, unless there's a change to the legislation, I do not believe that that would be possible in the current context.
Okay.
In terms of the threats that our democracy faces, I think it's been an area that I have been concerned about for a number of years. Indeed, my colleagues across Canada also reflect that concern. I tabled a report in 2020 which highlighted some of those changes and some of those threats, particularly as they relate to the trend of communications in the campaigning space moving almost exclusively in the digital environment. And we're reflecting on what we had seen in the US in 2016, what we'd seen in Brexit in 2016, and what we had seen largely in other areas. I think over the past year, of course, there have been a number of explosive allegations paid out in the media, obviously based on kind of whistleblower type reports, and there's currently a public inquiry headed by Madame Justice Hogue into foreign influence and interference in Canadian elections, and I'm eagerly looking forward to the results from coming out of that inquiry. I think if I look at our current Election Act and what the protections are and where the gaps are right now, certainly there are a lot of protections currently in campaign finance in terms of the limits on contributions, the criteria. It needs to be a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident making contributions. And in terms of the transparency of the reporting scheme, I think that is a benefit to all British Columbians. In my report, I did identify that there were a number of gaps that we saw in the disinformation side. I articulated a number of issues. I was very pleased to see the legislature respond with the Election Amendment Act 2019, which addressed some of those and gave my office new powers to deal with specific deliberate forms of disinformation. I would say provisions around impersonation of an election official or of a candidate, political party, party leader, those sorts of things. Deliberate false statements made with the intent of affecting confidence in the election and results, these sorts of things. And we're working right now to put in place the necessary frameworks and processes to enable us to enforce those new provisions, much like we enforce the current provisions on campaign finance, on election advertising, and these sorts of things. I think that if I think about what keeps me up at night, it's around things that I'm not aware of, and it's very hard for me as an election administrator to become aware of. If you hear about the nature of some of the reports that were presented in the media, there are things that are reported, a year afterwards, or that because of the nature of intelligence gathering, it is information that is not able to be shared outside of either federal institutions, or unless someone has a specific security clearance, or unless that information is in relation to that person. So trying to get a better understanding of that environment is critical for us. We're looking at what partnerships we can establish with the organizations in this space to do media monitoring, trying to make sure that we're aware of what's going on. We're continuing the pilot we have with Elections Canada, resources for media monitoring and social media monitoring in foreign languages. We're working with an academic group out of McGill University that has previously worked in other provincial and the federal elections to do monitoring of disinformation in that space. But it's really, those are the things that right now I'm very concerned about, that I'm thinking about in a new report that I anticipate tabling. And really trying to make sure that our legislation is as fit for purpose as possible. But I think also what has become clear to me is that addressing these threats effectively is going to require a whole of society response. It's going to require more than just the work of one agency. It's going to require collaboration across federal and provincial authorities. It's going to require work, I think, within our school system to enhance curriculum on digital media literacy and core civics. It's going to require, the establishment of neutral and independent fact-checking organizations. There's great examples in other international examples, in Taiwan, in Finland as an example, that do these things very well. So I think that's something that's going to be important to realize and consideration for legislators. Thank you.
Susie.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for shouldering an enormous amount of work for all of you, because the concept of hiring however many more people for however period of time is just overwhelming to me. When we talk about approximately 300,000 people coming to British Columbia in the last couple of years, and possibly more than that, what percentage of those people do you feel will be able to vote? And I know that's premature because your enumeration isn't done, but I'm assuming you've looked at some stats and are able to make some estimates.
Yeah, so the numbers that I mentioned, those are based on, since the last election, we've had actually over 300,000 new voter registrations. So these are people who are eligible to vote, who've confirmed their eligibility through the registration process, and we'll be now able to communicate with. And we're anticipating a further 100,000 registered voters. Our planning estimate for the next provincial election is that there will be around 3.7 million registered voters in the province. Of course, our population is over 5 million.
Thank you.
And so then, of course, whenever someone is a registered voter, it then enables us to communicate with them directly through some of our, through our targeted materials like the enumeration notice that we'll be sending, also where to vote notices that we send out, and those sorts of things.
Thank you.
George?
Yes, comparing the 2020 election and the 2024 election, of course, that one was conducted under COVID and a lot of mail-in ballots and all that. How are the costs compared?
I think I spoke to that in my comments, opening comments. So the cost of the, and I'll get my notes just to make sure that I'm being accurate. The cost of the 2020 election, the actual cost was over $50 million. To be precise, it was.
So 65 now.
$51 million. Is that correct? Yeah, it's $51 million. So our estimate, our budget estimate for next year is $69 million.
So that's due to, of course, we increase in population, but due to inflation or?
Yeah, I think
process?
there's, if I was to speak at a high level, there's kind of three things that I would speak to. I did articulate in my comments that I think the biggest driver is the new electoral boundaries with 6 new electoral districts. Those 6 districts, they're really a cost multiplier. We're going to need to obviously rent and staff 6 new offices, secure new voting locations, hire all the staff to fill those, to serve the voters, procure and ship additional supplies and equipment and these sorts of things. So as I mentioned there, if you look at and this is a simplification, but in 2009, when we moved from 79 to 85 districts, that was an addition of 6, there was also a significant increase in cost at that time. The second one is what I'd classify as, I would say, environmental changes. And this, of course, just reflects things that have changed over time since the last election. So that reflects the new voters that we have on the voters list. When you have, if there's going to be 400,000 new voters and you're sending a piece of direct mail to them, of course, you can see how that cost multiplies and increases. Cost of living increases. Inflationary pressures are something that's in the media all the time, and it impacts the things that we need to procure and we need to source and then, of course, ship out from headquarters to all of the all the district offices in the province. So in essence, that is just, there's going to be more of everything in this election. Legislation, I think, drives cost as well. There's been significant legislative change, and while I firmly believe this will result in a much better voting model for British Columbians and provide significant benefits to the province, it does come at a cost. So, new roles identified, new training material must be developed, new training material must be documented, printed. We needed to develop software for the new electronic voting books that we're using. We had to procure hardware. It was actually at a time when the hardware that we procured prior to 2017 needed to be phased out, so we needed to do a replacement of the hardware. I'd say the boundaries, biggest driver. Obviously, the environmental change is more of everything than the new legislation and the new voting model. I think in our pie chart, we showed that technology budget costs for next year represent 15% of that budget. I think in 2020, technology was around 5%.
So, but our ballot is still basically counted by hand, right, provincially?
No, the ballot will be in places where we are deploying the technology. Mm-hmm. The ballot will be counted by a ballot tabulator. It'll be the paper ballot. We'll obviously retain that paper ballot, but it'll be counted by a tabulator and reported. That's the model that we've had in the 4 by-elections thus far. Mm-hmm. There will be some locations where we're not able to deploy tabulators and the technology, and of course those will use the hand count process and the paper documentation.
Okay, thank you.
Ron Ray.
Hello, I hope this goes well. I don't have much of a voice, but I wanted to say thank you very much for the focus that you've put into making sure that we have a strong electoral process. I've seen over the years, I think I was the one that was delaying the results from 2017.
Yes.
And and just to see how that you have embraced the technology to improve the voter experience, number one, because one of the biggest frustrations from people that I've seen is having to wait in long lines and to find ways to make that voter experience more robust and make people not just walk away from it. And democracy costs money, and we're a growing population. And I just wanted to say thank you for all that you've done. I really appreciated page 6 of the report showing how these increases are how they fall. If we were not to support anything in this, any one thing in this proposal, what could we possibly drop without impacting our democratic process?
To be honest, I firmly believe that everything in our budget proposal is required to support our democracy. Charles has spoken to the detailed model that we use to develop the budget estimates. We use a kind of a project management methodology where we identify what is needed, we schedule that, and then we cost that. I think our commitment is, of course, that this is a budget estimate. We will only spend the money that we need. Obviously, if there is surplus, then that surplus is returned. But I certainly think that everything in our budget is absolutely necessary.
Anton, I look at the pie chart, and I mean, I'm a pie chart person. The color, the slices, pie, period. And there's a 9% slice there for voting places. And so I know that we've got, 6 additional electoral boundaries, and thank you for the work on that. But can you make me better understand, like, I know in some places, whether or not it's Langley or Richmond or Surrey or the parts of the island, you've essentially, in those cases, made more pieces of pie, but how many more polling stations, become part of that? So, if we take a look at, Langley, where there was X amount of people that were there, there'd be X amount of polling stations, and now you've just changed boundaries and created one. What kind of a reflection is that of the number of polling places?
So I think in some cases, the new boundaries will not mean a new polling place necessarily, because there are existing polling places, and those existing polling places will be suitable for just the shifting boundaries. People will just go to the polling place that is closest to them. I think we also need to think about, because of the new requirements, that some of the polling places that were used previously would not be acceptable for the new technology footprint that we're having. Perhaps they don't have network connectivity that is necessary, so we might need to source new and different locations for those. I think the electoral boundary change where it happens is if there is a change that, perhaps it's right on a border of a community, there may be people who were used to going to a voting place that was right in that community, but now they're assigned voting place. We might need to find a new one to better serve them in their new district. They, of course, would still be able to go to the one in the other district if they wanted to, but they may not be able to do that. I don't know if that answers your question in entirety, but we do obviously focus on making sure that the voting places that are assigned to voters are as accessible as possible to them. In some cases, that means that we need to find new locations from what was used previously.
Okay. No, I mean, when I was looking at it, I mean, at 9%, we're almost at 10% of that's the increase that was there. So I'm just curious if that would be correlated directly to 9% more polling places.
Well, I think the pie chart really just shows of the budget, what percentage of that budget is dedicated to that cost item. So that just means that of the 69 million, approximately 9%, so just under like around $6 million would be allocated to DEO office rent and to voting place rental. So not necessarily an increase in 9%.
Susie, then Tom.
Just really quick, it seems to me last spring, you were talking about an education component that you were hoping, I may be confused and that's okay. But do you have an education component that talks about, so when we've got people that are coming from overseas or that are new to BC and haven't had the opportunity perhaps to be in the type of system that we have, do you have something that they can benefit from and that maybe we can also have access to share when we find, families that, because we get approached in our offices by people saying, how do I, what are the requirements? I mean, we know the basic parameters, but it would be really helpful to have something in our offices that we could share with people around voting here.
Yeah, so we produce a number of resources that we make available, and I'll provide a few comments, and I'm sure that Andrew would have more comments to add to what I have to say. So we have a Democracy in the Box kit. We provide other resources that we make available to educators and to anyone who they can request the loan of the kit, and we can ship it out to them. We do, of course, a lot more engagement and outreach in the lead up to an election. Obviously, there's ongoing practices that we have, but in the lead up to an election, we do much greater focus on them. One of the things that we do is we partner with a group called the Democratic Engagement Exchange, which is run out of Toronto Metropolitan University, but they do work in other provinces as well, and they conduct kind of nonpartisan elector outreach and engagement, and we can customize a program for British Columbia, which really focuses on offering a vote pop-up, which is a simulation program for them to demystify the voting process, to try to help people connect what they see with an election and really just build that culture of engagement. We did a pilot of that in the Lower Mainland in the 2017 election, where we held pop-ups in a variety of settings, like food banks, student union buildings, language programs, libraries, senior centers, Canadian newcomer classes, and places like that. Those programs are really intended to engage those new Canadians, people who may not be familiar with the democratic process in British Columbia, and help engage them with that prior to the election. Andrew, do you have anything else to speak to?
Another one when I can.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Watson, Communications Director. I could just add 2 quick points. We do outreach presentations on an ongoing basis with partners that serve new Canadians or voters who are seeking their citizenship, including Diverse City. And we also work with Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada to provide information to new citizens about registering and voting once they get their citizenship. And absolutely, we've got lots of educational resources available, and we're always happy to share those with anyone who would like them in terms of reaching out to voters about this topic. Thank you.
Tom.
Thanks, Chair. Getting close to lunch, and I like pie too, so I'll speak to the pie chart as well. And that's just on public awareness and advertising, 7% dedicated to that. Is that consistent with other years? What forms of public awareness? Is that social media? Is that radio? Is there a breakdown on that? And is it consistent, or is it a higher chunk of the pie than other years, or lower?
So I'll speak again at a high level, and I'm sure you may as well come back up, Andrew, because to provide some additions. That is the chunk of the pie is bigger for this election. I believe it's really important because of the changes brought about by the Election Amendment Act 2019, that we're able to effectively communicate how voting will be different for voters in British Columbia. And then we've also, we're consciously building a election integrity or trust component into our communications activities. And I think that this is an area where previously election agencies would just accept that our institutions and our processes are trusted, and certainly research indicates that Canadians and British Columbians are perhaps unlike their counterparts in the States, but I don't think this is something that we can take for granted, and I think we need to be very much proactive in going out and making sure that we're able to pre-bunk perhaps myths that may be there in the election space with accurate information. So certainly those two components are key elements as to why we're spending more or planning to spend more on advertising for this election. In terms of the breakdown, maybe Andrew, you can pick that up.
Yeah, so the advertising campaign includes a lot of different media: television, radio, newspaper, traditional media, but also digital and social media. We know that that's where a lot of the attention is going in terms of reaching voters. We have a very broad audience to reach out to. We want to make sure that every British Columbian has information about where, when, and how to vote. So the target audience for the campaign is really any eligible voter within the province. So a very diverse audience to reach out to on the public awareness side, and we want to make sure that the media plan is comprehensive so that all voters have that information. One additional piece compared to 2020 is a Know the Rules advertising campaign, which focuses on advertising rules for third-party sponsors. So that is an element of the increase, a smaller element, but not something we did in 2020, given that it was a snap election.
Sorry. Yeah, just one more. So great. I don't know if you've seen an increase in social media versus traditional marketing. I know we see that a lot in just with other MLAs and other people that are trying to get people out to vote. But just the last one was just on the audit of the annual financial reports, in that it's essentially a 200% increase to what you first estimated at 50,000, and now it's 150,000. Can you explain the rationale there, or why that you saw an increase on that? Jody? Getting everybody up here.
Good morning. My name is Jody Cook. I'm the Executive Director of Electoral Finance. To speak to the increase around the audit of political parties, the cost that was estimated when we originally submitted our request was based on staffing that would be done in our office. So we were trying to recruit auditing staff to complete this internally. As you've probably heard from the Auditor General earlier this week when they made their presentation, the recruitment of professional auditing services in Victoria is very challenging. We experienced quite a bit of challenge trying to recruit that staff, so we looked for an opportunity. I looked for an opportunity to continue with that work with a modest increase, so we contracted with an external auditing firm. We found that they were able to provide the auditing expertise, and combined with our staff who have the subject matter expertise of the complex rules under the campaign finance requirements, we're able to complete that work.
Ben.
Thanks very much, Chair. You know, you talked about, the Elections BC, I think, has done a remarkable job in, kind of reaching out and trying to get people engaged in the election process. I guess the question I have is that the absentee voters and people that are new to this system, et cetera, I guess the ballots, like, when you go to a polling station, you're expected to vote for a candidate on the ballot. But if you're an absentee voter or any of the other methods that you can use, it isn't required. And I guess I'm kind of wondering, what work are you doing to make it so that those absentee ballots could be either printed or downloaded or whatever, printed up? I realize that sometimes people are out of the country, but what are you doing to address that?
So that part of the design on the new modernized voting place and part of the benefit of using the ballot tabulators is that the ballot tabulators can be set to administer accurately contests in all 93 electoral districts in the province. So we're combining that with the ability in our voting places and in district offices to print ballots on demand, meaning that the voter, say if an absentee voter comes in, they're voting out of district, we will identify them and strike them off through the electronic voting book, but through that process, we will actually print for them ordinary ballot for their district. So they will then be able to go and vote using that ordinary ballot, which lists their candidates, and then that will be tabulated in the tabulator. And so that'll be able to be reported on election night. Our target is to be able to report on up to 98% of all ballots on election night, with only 2% of the ballots remaining to be counted at the final count. So that's certainly a great benefit of the new model in being able to move away from the write-in ballots, which were a previous requirement for all out-of-district voting, and have many more of those voters be able to vote using the ordinary ballot.
So just to be clear then, the write-in ballot is no longer valid?
No, the write-in ballot will still be available. It will just be used in many fewer opportunities than was done previously.
Okay, thank you very much. And good work, thank you. Always appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Susie.
Are you still doing the reach out to the voters that are going to be old enough to vote by the time the election comes?
We certainly are. And so we've done a lot of work with the future voters. And I can just give you some stats on that. We currently have 12,738 voters on the future voters list. The number of British Columbians who have gone from the future voters list of future voters to the permanent list is just under 10,000, which I think is a fantastic success of that process. We have close to 18,000 future voters currently registered who will be eligible to vote by the next provincial election. So 17,956. So these will then be people who, because they'll be eligible to vote, we'll now be able to send them a where to vote card. We'll be able to communicate with them directly for the next election. And we've had, since the beginning of the list of future voters, we now have over 22,636 registrations on it.
Okay. Well, that concludes the question part of everything. Anton, thank you very much for your presentation, for your staff being here this morning. And I think to Tom's questions at the beginning, the things that keep people up at night in the integrity of voting and the ballots that come forward and the counting and the lack of interference that are there. I wish you well. I wish you luck on that. And having said all of that, we will take a recess and return back here for 1 o'clock sharp. All right, good afternoon. Motion to go in camera. So moved. All those in favor? Contrary, carried. All right, we are back. We will take a brief recess to set the room. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Because there's a couple of new faces, we will do some quick introductions, and we'll start off with the Deputy Chair.
Well, thank you, Chair. Deputy Chair Tom Shapitka, I'm the MLA for Kootenay East.
George Chow, Vancouver. Fraser View.
Susie Chant, North Vancouver Seymour.
Good afternoon, Coralie Oakes, MLA Caribou North.
Ben Stewart, MLA for Kelowna West.
Ron Ray Leonard, MLA for Courtney Comox.
Hi, and I am Mike Starczyk, MLA for Surrey Cloverdale, and if you get a question or comment from Ronna Ray, her voice is slowly but surely coming back. So thank you for being here this afternoon. This is a little bit of a different format, that you have a clock in front of you. So we have 25 minutes in front of you, and the floor is yours.
Clock over there. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you today our latest financial and programmatic news from BC's Office of the Human Rights Commissioner, as well as details from our budget submissions. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge with gratitude that we gather here today on the unceded and ancestral territories of the Lekwungen peoples, including the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. As the descendant of settlers and migrants, I want to couple this gratitude for the land with the sense of responsibility that I think we all carry, but particularly I do as Human Rights Commissioner. I am joined today by my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Stephanie Garrett, and Chief Financial Officer Diane Bouillat. Sadly, this will be the last time that Stephanie will be appearing by my side at this committee, as she is moving on to take a deputy position at the Ombudsperson's office. So while we will miss her very much, you will continue to benefit from her wisdom in that role. I'm very grateful that for all she has contributed to steering BCOHRC's ship, including our budgetary asks and fiscal responsibility that I know are of utmost importance to this committee. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the budget recommendations in your report last fall, which has allowed us to serve British Columbians in a variety of ways. I hope you will see that it was money well spent. Given the different format that the committee requested for today, I'm just going to spend a few minutes to provide an overview of the organization and highlight a few recent and ongoing projects. Specifically, I will speak to education work that we've been doing to help the public better understand systemic discrimination, how we've been engaging with communities on the results of our inquiry into hate, our work with local governments to ensure human rights that human rights of encampment residents are promoted and protected, our new investigation into the operation of the adult guardianship regime, and some of the work we've done to improve accessibility of both our materials and the human rights system more generally. I will then turn to operational updates and developments ahead of us this year and the budget proposal in front of you. I will preface my comments by saying that I'm pleased to be presenting a status quo budget request today with a salary and benefits funding correction only, despite the operational changes that I will mention in a moment and the changing world around us. So we have no key requests for you. So starting with a bit about us. Our mandate is to address the root causes of inequality, injustice, and discrimination in the province by shifting laws, policies, practices, and cultures. We do this work through education, through research, through advocacy, through inquiry, and monitoring. There are a number of aspects of this mandate that make us unique among the other officers, so I want to spend just a moment on that. So we have no direct service function. We do not receive or resolve human rights complaints or human rights issues. This is entirely the role of the Human Rights Tribunal. Our focus as the Commissioner is entirely on systemic change and oversight. Another key difference is that our mandate covers the whole province, every sector and every person who is either a rights holder or a duty bearer under human rights law. We've been building this office in a unique context. Human rights are at the forefront of the minds of many, particularly due to the pandemic, in a way that is unprecedented in Canada in my lifetime. Our 5 strategic priorities that we developed shortly before the onset of the pandemic have taken on particular poignancy during this time, including the rise of hate and white supremacy, poverty as both a cause and effect of inequality and injustice, the rights of those held in detention, decolonization and Indigenous rights, and discrimination in the context of employment, housing, and service provision. Turning then to just a few project highlights since I last presented before you. During this period, we have piloted our new workshop on systemic discrimination and developed a simulation exercise to help learners better understand systemic discrimination through their own experiences. At their request, we have piloted our workshop with all staff members of the Family Maintenance Enforcement Programs and have received very positive feedback. We have traveled around the province to talk about hate, discrimination, and the results of our first big public inquiry into the rise of hate during COVID, working to engage and empower communities large and small, rural and urban, to take action on these issues, including on the rise of anti-Asian hate. For example, in the last number of months, I have visited Penticton, Nanaimo, Fort St. John, Surrey, and Kamloops to engage in these conversations in person. We have also worked with diverse local governments in BC to raise awareness about their obligations under human rights law towards encampment residents and to learn more about how these obligations might be applied to a range of local circumstances. We have also launched a focused inquiry into the detention of people who appear to be abused or neglected and incapable of giving or refusing consent as defined under the Adult Guardianship Act, and whether such detentions are compliant with the law and with human rights principles. Finally, I wanted to mention a number of initiatives that we've been working on to improve access to justice and access to the tools that our office produces. So, for example, we have conducted an accessibility audit on many of our online and digital assets and are in the process of implementing those recommendations now. We released videos of our foundational workshop about the Human Rights Code in 10 languages. Each 45-minute video will help viewers learn about their rights and responsibilities, whether they are landlords, tenants, employers, employees, or service providers or service users, who are all covered under the Human Rights Code. And in partnership with the Human Rights Tribunal and the Human Rights Clinic, so those are our other partners within the human rights system, we released resources to help people navigate BC's human rights system. The BC Human Rights System web portal, which was developed in using funds that we were granted the last time we were here, provides a clear and concise overview of the different parts of the human rights system in BC and helps people understand where they can turn to for support and how to get there. There are, of course, many other areas of focus on our plate at the moment, but given the time constraints and the new structure, I'm going to leave it there for programmatic updates. The year ahead is going to bring some significant operational developments. As you know, we have, since BCOHRC's inception, relied upon an agreement with the representative for children and youth for a shared corporate services arrangement, including human resources, IMIT, and financial services. And I think you've heard much of this from the representative herself already. In our 5th year of development and following an extensive review of services and needs, both organizations feel that the time is right now to do some corporate services transition, and at least some of those services will be transferred over to BCOHRC in the next 6 months or so. These changes are not anticipated to result in any budgetary impacts for us, so they're cost neutral, and we will provide further updates on this in our spring appearance before the committee. The other development that's ahead is that my first term expires at the beginning of next September. So the year ahead could bring a commissioner change. And this importantly coincides with the organizational evaluation that we have planned, as well as a new strategic plan within the next year. So we'll be seeing some of those important developments as an organization. While we have not planned for any financial implications from this turnover, or this potential turnover, the change in leadership and any alterations needed to respond to the evaluation, our organizational evaluation, may represent a significant shift for the organization. I'm grateful to our passionate and hardworking team for continuing to deliver on our mandate during these times of transition. Turning then to the budget. In October 2022, the committee approved operating budgets of $7.505 million. So that was for 23-24, the current fiscal. $7.608 million for 24-25, and $7.608 million, so same amount for 25-26, and then $35,000 in capital for each of these 3 years. For this year, we are requesting a status quo capital budget of $35,000 and an operating budget of $7.668 million for fiscal year 2024-25. So that represents about $60,000 or less than 1% increase over the previously approved operating budget, and that's to accommodate a wage increase shortfall. The increase is comprised only of inflationary costs on salaries and benefits. There are no other variances above 5% in our requested budget this year. So I want to spend a moment on this accounting of wage inflation. So our practice has been to incorporate wage inflation requests in our fall budget cycle based on the best information available at the time. So for our Schedule A employees, wage inflation is driven, as you know, by the BCGEU collective agreement, or collective bargaining process.
For our management classified staff, wage inflation direction is provided by the Public Service Agency following recommendations by the Public Sector Employers Council. In 2022, the ratification of the BCGEU Master Agreement was delayed to October 2022, although it was effective as of April 1st, 2022. So at the time of our submission last fall, minimal information was available with respect to how the wage inflation would be applied overall, as well as the costing related to other changes in the overall compensation package. While we anticipated the application would be the same based on past practice, that wasn't the case. So this request that you have before you includes a $55,000 adjustment related to the impact of the 2022, 23, and 23-24 wage increases to address a shortfall that has resulted between estimated and final direction. This does not include a potential adjustment for 24-25, as the application of that adjustment has not been confirmed. So just for the sake of clarity, all of this is the difference between what we knew at the time of our last budget submission on what increases would be required and what ended up actually happening. Additionally, effective April 2023, the terms and conditions for excluded employees and appointees was updated to reflect increased vehicle allowance rates. This request includes $5,000 related to that charge. So that's what the $60,000 is that we are requesting. In conclusion, I wanted to talk a moment about the impact of these investments in British Columbia. Our educational materials have seen significant uptake. For example, our video series Introducing Human Rights in BC has garnered nearly 40,000 views, and a third chapter of this trilogy will be available soon. More than 4 million people across BC saw our Rewrite the Rules campaign. That was the campaign a public awareness campaign to address ableism. And as well as our resources in that campaign have been downloaded over 15,000 times. Our Employment Equity Toolkit has also seen a significant uptake with thousands of views and downloads. Small Business BC said about our resources, promoting equity in your workplace isn't just the right thing to do, it's also good for business. If you're interested in creating a more equitable workplace but don't have the expertise or know-how to start, BCOHRC's Employment Equity Toolkit offers a perfect jumping-off point. As I've already mentioned, we released the findings from our inquiry into hate last March. That was just before we appeared before you for the spring appearance. Through that inquiry, we heard afterwards from one participant who said, quote, "Through our participation in the inquiry, we learned that there is immense power in sharing about experiences that are designed to shame, degrade, and belittle you," unquote. The report and the recommendations in that inquiry were greeted with significant public interest, garnering over 1,200 media articles spanning local, provincial, national, and even international outlets, with a reach of more than 627 million potential viewers. We also had more than 10,000 visitors engage with the report and recommendations on our website. In response to our accessible materials on the report, one community member noted, quote, "The plain language summaries are brilliant, so good," as well as, "You can also pass on that my comment isn't just perfunctory. Like, having your legalese available to people to read and dig into, ponder and organize around is actual politics, and it's deeply important. To me, it's half the work, the invitation and support available to people to join into the work," unquote. So those are my comments today, and I look forward to hearing and answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you're going to get blue stars, ribbons, whatever it is, you win. You've made it the briefest of all the briefest of the 25-minute allotments that we have seen up until now. So it's going to be fun to pursue the next office when Michael comes in after you.
Oh dear.
In fact, there's no way it's not going to happen. So thank you very much for your presentation, and as well. good luck on your next chapter of your life. The work that's been done here will obviously help you out with where you go. With regards to your budget, I've been here for a while, same as Ben's been here for a while, and we watched the growth of your office, and very happy on where it is and what the outputs and that have come from your office. I'm very impressed and love the work that you do and the people that you work with do as well.
Thank you so much.
Susie.
Hi there. Thank you for the work that you do and the work that you've been doing over this last couple of years. It was clearly needing to be done. I'm interested in rewrite the rules and how that landed and where it landed and what the uptake on it has been.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the campaign, just briefly, for those who may not be familiar with it, was the second public awareness campaign that we've run, and it was aimed at ableism. So really helping people in British Columbia, general public audience was the goal, and helping people understand what is ableism, how does it show up in our communities. So we designed the campaign alongside a number of community partners who advised us throughout the process, who are disability serving organizations, and the people who were part of that advisory were also people who had lived experience with disabilities. So we were very honored to be a recipient of their wisdom and sharing about what their experiences were. People were very open about their experiences, but also had a lot to offer and how to educate the general public about those experiences. What does it mean to be a person with disabilities in all different ways? So we created a series of ads. They were on billboards, bus shelters, a lot of SkyTrain ads. So we had, for example, large banners. We both had the regular transit ads as well as large banners in some of the major SkyTrain stations like Broadway and Commercial. So we had a very significant uptake in terms of passerbyers. I mean, it was a lot of opportunities for sort of street-based engagement. And then we were actually surprised by the level of media uptake on the campaign, because a public awareness campaign doesn't generally have a great media hook, but we did actually get a lot of media engagement with the topic as well. And there is a video product as well online for those who want to look at it, so that's received some engagement as well. Great. Do you have any other numbers? I don't think we have any other numbers.
No, just the piece around the link to our educational materials that are found on the website and use of those.
Yeah, so there is some online materials as well. I don't think I have the download rates of that right in front of me. Our resources have been downloaded over 15,000 times on that one. And we estimate that more than 4 million people saw the ads based on the marketing companies that we worked with were able to do a projection of how many people would have street-based involvement, sort of just being able to view it from the street.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask about the couple of the expenses here on the STOBs and the relationship between professional services STOB 60 and STOB 77 grants. And of course, it jumps out at you on the net change there on grants and how they work together. To understand that the grants that were put out for conducting research with post-secondary institutions and nonprofits took away from professional services that were done by third-party contractors, I would imagine. How that works together like that, and can you tell me which post-secondary institutions and nonprofits were used for the research?
Yes, absolutely. So grants were used to offset professional services, so yes, to that understanding. And it does consist of research partnerships with post-secondaries, subject matter experts, and community-embedded research organizations. So we gave 18 grants. They were issued in support of all of our key priorities that I've already listed and the projects that some of which I've talked about. So some examples: the UBC Canadian Institute for Inclusion and Citizenship, BC Aboriginal Network on Disability Society, Terrace and District Community Services Society, Tansy Friendship Center, So those are some examples. I could list the longer list if you want me to.
Yeah, no, is it possible just to provide us with that list of institutions and nonprofits?
Sure.
That'd be really helpful.
Yeah.
Thanks. The next one is on, on capital budget requests, 35,000. Can you, it's consistent with other years, but can you just detail what that capital expense is?
Sure. I'm going to pass that to Diane, actually. She'll be able to answer that better than me.
Thank you for the question. Government accounting practices require certain transactions to go through an operating budget or capital budget based on thresholds. And so if you buy a piece of software over $1,000, it cannot be processed as an operating expense. It has to have a capital budget associated. So each of the independent offices has an ongoing capital budget for either break fix, sometimes new acquisitions, and that sort of thing. So if you don't have a capital budget, you can't necessarily make certain purchases. And so it's a placeholder budget, so for break fix items or anything that's required. And there's two categories in OHRC's request. One is computer office furniture and equipment, and the other is IMIT.
Thanks, Chair. So because it's a holding type budget, is it an underspend or an underspend usually traditionally every year, or?
You cannot overspend either budget.
Yeah, okay.
So it's always an underspend.
Always an underspend.
And in a capital budget versus an operating budget, it's a larger percentage underspend because you're required to have the money there, but you may or you may not break an item, or you may not require something. So it is a placeholder.
Okay, and the final question, sorry, Chair.
I'm holding you to the final question.
Okay, sorry. Just on the vehicle allowance, 5,000, it's for excluded employees. How many employees would that 5,000?
It's one employee.
Just one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a change in the terms and conditions. It's not something we have control of.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
Ronna Ray.
Thanks. Hopefully you can hear me. I have a question too around the grants. My understanding it was set at the straw was at 5,000 and there was a significant increase. Is that going to continue in this next budget where you stay low and then spend high? Or like, I'm assuming that there's some a thought gone into how you approach getting these services. And I'm just curious if that's a continuing trend, whether last past year was different. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to defer that to Diane as well.
So the $5,000 budget line for grants is a placeholder budget. Depending on the type of third-party service we're acquiring, if it's a professional service and it is provided by a for-profit organization, we write a professional services agreement. That is a STOB 60 expense. If we're dealing with a university or a nonprofit society and it's for research-based services, that becomes a grant. So depending on the type of work you're doing or the type of third-party assistance you require, it requires you to process it out of a different STOB, and that's why that bit of a balancing act happens. Bottom line, these are all services for subject matter expertise, and often they offset expertise that you have in your office. You're not going to be contracting or providing a grant for expertise you've got in your own space. And so that's the reason for the transactions and the way they're budgeted. So until you're actually doing the work year over year, you're not sure whether you're getting a third-party service from a contractor or you're going to get it through a university, because it pertains to the type of project you're working on.
Ronna Ray, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering in terms of your service plan going forward, if that's something that you recognize is going to happen, that you'll be seeking the post-secondary type of research, or is it just what's available out in the marketplace?
It is something that we anticipate having going forward because we know that we're going to work on a breadth of projects that we don't all have the in-house expertise for that. The range of human rights issues that we could work on are so broad. So it is, and we're working at a very high level. We understandably and hopefully are seen as the leading expert on human rights in the province. So we want to be able to provide high level a thought that goes into our work. So a piece of work that needs deep expertise in Indigenous legal traditions and conflict resolution is going to need very different expertise than a piece of work on in community-embedded research on poverty and how poverty advocates are working on the ground in a particular community and on a particular encampment. So we are trying to access the breadth of expertise we have in the province that we couldn't possibly encapsulate in a staff of 37. So I do anticipate continuing to go out for those funds, and as Diane's explained, there's some of that's going to go within the stop for professional services, some is going to go in for grants. That part is hard to predict going forward.
Ben.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. I've got a couple of questions. One, I wanted to find out, you mentioned that, or it was mentioned in your documents, that there was a change in your office. You've got people working remotely. So of the 37 that you have, how many of those are now housed or not coming into an office?
Thanks for the question. We moved over the past year. We had a collaborative exercise within our office, as many of the offices did, the other independent offices and throughout government, around what a new or future or present day model of work would look like. And so we moved towards a fully decentralized model with different options depending on locations where staff are based for hybrid approaches where they have office availability. So we do maintain our office in Vancouver, and many of the staff leverage that opportunity to work from the office. Some work the full work week from the office, some work part-time there. The Vancouver office comprises about 2/3 of our staff base, but we also have staff based here in Victoria, in Prince George, Kamloops, and Kelowna, who all work remotely.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, I just remember when we first met with you, the budget was finishing, getting office space done. We must have been in the middle of COVID during that time. And so anyways, I guess the question is there a surplus of office space at Canada Place now?
So yes, when we first met with you, it's actually, I think I can't remember when you were part of the committee or not, but our very first budget presentation was about a month after I started in October 2019. So it was just prior to, and we were envisioning what we would need to build out the office space. We were building that office space in March 2020, we met with you in September 2019, and then March 2020, when we all went home with the pandemic, we were in the process right then of doing construction on our offices. So it has been definitely a period of it wasn't what we anticipated when we were building out what our office space would look like, but also in that process have let go of any permanent space here in Victoria. So we've narrowed our options in that way. We've gone to a more remote model in Victoria, and we're still waiting to see how it will shake out in Vancouver about how many people are whether we need to take some further steps on narrowing down our Vancouver office space, and we're in the process of assessing that at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much. Now I got another question that you mentioned, I believe last year you mentioned that you filed as an intervener in the Gibraltar versus Harvey case, and I see that it's come to a conclusion. What did that cost the taxpayer for that intervention? Do you have an idea?
Let me just see if we have that number at our fingertips. That one cost about $20,000, and we've done other interventions as well, so they do vary in cost, but that one cost about $20,000.
Okay. I want to go back to, in your opening remarks, you talked about an area that you're looking into, and it's mentioned also about encampment rights. And it's an interesting comment you make because, of course, in Vancouver, in the downtown east side, there was a fairly major disturbance. I don't know exactly. Where does that land within the human rights world? between the people that own the property and the city and stuff like that. And I'm sure that's an issue in my community as well, because we have public property that, there's encampments of a couple hundred people living on a public trail system here. So I'm just kind of wondering, where do you see that kind of going, or you don't know at this point?
So we produce some guidance for local governments on how to respond to encampments according to a human rights-based approach. There is actually a national protocol on a human rights-based approach to housing that was written by the former special rapporteur, UN special rapporteur on housing, who is a Canadian lawyer in Ontario, who pulled together a coalition to write that national guidance. We created a more localized version, adopted that, but created a more localized version here as guidance for local municipalities here. We have had an opportunity to meet with Vancouver representatives and the province around the Hastings encampments in particular on multiple occasions over the last year or so, and to urge upon them very particular steps that need to be taken from a legal perspective about what's required under both domestic law as well as international human rights law. There is actually a body of law developing here in BC around what are the legal requirements. For example, not forcibly moving people out of spaces without accessible housing or shelter spaces available to them. We were then put out an invitation to all local governments who had reported encampment issues in their communities to come and meet with us during UBCM. During the municipalities conference. We are in the building right next door, so some local governments took us up on that offer. We had an opportunity to meet with 6, and we've got a few more upcoming who couldn't quite fit it into their week of UBCM, but were able to meet with us afterwards. I had some really productive conversations with a range of municipalities who are dealing with a range of issues. And one of the great surprises from that was also the good practices or the wise practices that have emerged from some communities about how they've been dealing with encampments in a way that has balanced out the interests in their communities as well as respected the rights of people living in them, which was a really encouraging step and something we don't always hear about in the news.
Yeah, it's a difficult and sensitive topic in terms of how to exercise it properly. Anyways, you know what, and I know even in my case, the office that I rent, we had some people and we got them housing and we moved them, and needless to say, they chose to leave that and come back because they found that it was too structured and they wanted to live in the rough. So anyways, my last question is probably to Diane, is that the budget for your 3-year budget, it only changes by, it looks like $1,000 in 27. I'm just wondering, are you not foreseeing any forecast increased cost in the coming years? In 25, 26, 26, 27?
Well, at this point, we just don't have that information. We don't know what the province is going to do around salaries in the coming years. So our practice has been to use the best information that we have. And today we have no information about that. So no, I have not forecasted or included a budget ask for salaries in out years.
Okay, thanks very much.
Susie.
Thank you. Just wondering about some of the work that you're doing around adult guardianship, please.
Sure. So you are familiar with our hate inquiry, which was the first big public inquiry that we launched. And there are certain legislative provisions that give powers around inquiries, and that was the first time that we'd exercised those in a fairly fulsome way. This time we're using those powers in a much more narrow way, hopefully to produce more produce guidance to government and health authorities in a narrower time frame and on a much narrower issue. So the issue in this case is that under the adult guardianship regime, there are mechanisms that health authorities and Community Living BC can take, delegated agencies under the legislation, can take to keep people safe, essentially, who are deemed unable to consent and deemed at risk of, or that they are being abused or neglected. And this is a regime aimed at adults, of course, not young people. That's obviously a different legislative regime and a different officer working on those. There is no provision under the Adult Guardianship Act that explicitly allows for people to be detained, for people to be held in health facilities, for example, against their will. But we do know that practice is occurring. So we are trying to better understand that practice and to figure out, is this happening in accordance with law and human rights principles? And if not, how must things change, either legislatively or in practice, to ensure that people's human rights are being respected in that process?
Thank you. Good.
Okay, I do have one question. You talked about it at the beginning about some new strategic planning that you're expecting to go through. And generally speaking, when you're going through that process, you're kind of looking for something or hoping for something. Can you share what it is?
Sorry, that generally you're hoping for something?
That you're looking, when you do when you're doing a strategic planning session, that you're actually looking for either what we're doing right or what we can do better. Is there anything that you could share?
I'm not sure if this totally answers your question, but we're doing an organization-wide evaluation before that. So we should have a sense of what we're trying to do better the next time at that point. Our strategic plan is coming to an end, so the 5 strategic priorities that we have are winding up at the end of next calendar year. So that's the incentive to do a new strategic plan, is to think, what are our new key priorities? We'll likely do it for a shorter period of time. In our fast-changing world, we're realizing that 5 years is likely too long a time to be able to predict. Certainly, we didn't have public health on our bingo card in December of 2019, and it's ended up being a major strategic priority for us about looking at human rights in the context of a public health crisis. So we're going to try to keep a little bit more focused this next time around. I'm not sure what will show up yet as those strategic priorities. I think there'll definitely be some consistency with what we've already been working on.
I do not see anything else coming from those virtually attending, and nobody else inside of here. So, sorry, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, and of course, thank you very much for what you do for the people of British Columbia.
Thank you to all of you.
Okay, we will take a short recess to reset the room. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And before we get started, Michael, because there's a couple of new faces that are around the table, or new-ish faces, we'll start off with introductions. We'll start off with the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the Deputy Chair, Tom Spitka. I'm the MLA for Kootenay East.
Chow, MLA for Vancouver Fraser View.
Susie Chant, MLA North Vancouver Seymour.
Hi, Corley Oaks, MLA Caribou North.
Hi, it's MLA Ben Stewart from Kelowna West. Good to see you again, Michael, and the rest of the team.
I'm Ronna Ray Leonard. I'm the MLA for Courtenay Comox.
And I'm Mike Starchuk, the MLA for Surrey Cloverdale. And just in case we're watching Ronna Ray, her voice is just on its brink of everything. So if she's got a question to ask, you may see some of us get a text, or we'll hear her. That's there. So, Michael, there is a new format in which we're doing this year, and there's a timer in front of you. No pressure though. It does count down, and floor is yours. Yeah, bonus marks. Yeah, floor is yours, Michael.
Unaccustomed as I am to speaking shortly, but thank you for that, Chair. And good afternoon to all of you, Chair, Deputy Chair, and members of the committee. I'd first acknowledge that and respect the fact that we are meeting today on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, the Esquimalt and Songhees First Nations. As an officer of the Legislature, I also acknowledge that I'm privileged to work with people across many traditional Indigenous territories, covering all regions of our province. The submission before you this afternoon encompasses the work of both the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner and the Office of the Registrar of Lobbyists for British Columbia. As the Information and Privacy Commissioner, I am designated the Registrar of Lobbyists under the Lobbyist Transparency Act. Assisting me this afternoon, our Deputy Commissioners Oline Twist to my right and Jeanette Vandenbalk to my left, along with Dave Van Sweeten, the Deputy Corporate Shared Services for the 4 offices of the Legislature, headquartered at 947 Fort Street. I begin with thanks to you, Chair and Committee, for introducing the revamped template and submission process, which my office agrees streamlines these proceedings. Since we last met, very significant developments have taken place in the technology world. Large language models, a term virtually unheard of a year ago, have been etched in the public consciousness as we have witnessed rapid acceleration in the world of artificial intelligence. These technologies have tremendous potential to benefit us all, but present dangers as well. Against this backdrop, I have joined my federal and provincial counterparts in Alberta and Quebec to undertake a joint investigation into OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. I also note the provincial government has proposed a set of principles to guide its deployment of AI. I welcome the government consulting the public about these principles, and of course my office is available to assist its deliberations. At the same time, I remind government and other public and private bodies thinking about deploying AI in British Columbia that there are existing laws that apply to its use now. The Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and the Personal Information Protection Act, though in need of reform, provide some measure of protection for the public when it comes to the collection and use of our personal information using AI. It is also important that we remain cognizant of the fact that these and other emergent technologies have a particular impact on our young people. It's why earlier this month I joined my federal, provincial, and territorial colleagues in calling on governments to improve our privacy legislation in a way that puts the best interests of our young people first. BC should be looking to harmonize our privacy law to align with leading jurisdictions like the UK and California. A children's code, which I mentioned in previous appearances, would do just that, and I continue to encourage government to consider these protections for our children. Let me now turn to the details of the budget submission before you. Table 1 of the OIPC budget submission sets out our key funding requests in a standalone table for ease of reference. I will start with inflationary costs. On July 1, 2023, management staff in our office received an increment equal to a 7.15% lift, consistent with public service policies. To address this, Our first request to you is for $538,000 to support the financial impact of that wage inflation increase in 2024-25. Related to this is a supplemental request of $402,000 to cover that same wage increment for this fiscal year, starting July 1st, 2023, to the conclusion of this fiscal year. I'm also putting forward an increase of $27,000 in operating expenses for building occupancy costs for inflation, and a request for minor capital increase of $2,000 for refreshing old computers. I have two other modest but key asks. One is capital, and the other is operational. First, I'm seeking a one-time capital funding of $40,000 contingency for the 2024-25 fiscal year for our case tracker replacement project. You will have received an update on the project just last week. Currently, we anticipate going live with the project on April 1st, 2024, 3 months later than originally planned, but important to enable the developers to ensure the system is fine-tuned to our operational requirements. And while the work on this project will be completed in this fiscal year, we need to provide for the contingent possibility of required system enhancements in 2024-25, should those become necessary. We will, of course, make every effort to complete any of this work in-house before using this capital funding. My second request is for $50,000 for each of 2024-25 and 25-26 fiscal years to continue the OIPC's leading role as Secretariat for the Asia-Pacific Privacy Authorities. I mentioned near the outset of my presentation of our office's joint enforcement actions with federal provincial counterparts. Those coordinated efforts are important because your personal information does not stop at BC's border with Alberta, nor does it stop at our national borders. Data flows seamlessly across borders of all description, and a significant impetus for that is trade. Where trade goes, so goes our data. It is therefore vital that personal information data flows underpinning these trading links are trusted by our citizens. And for BC, our strongest trade ties are with those jurisdictions around the Asia-Pacific Rim. That is why our office joined with other privacy regulators in the region to be members of the Asia-Pacific Privacy Authorities more than a decade ago. And I would add that we are more than members in this space. We are leaders. Since 2016, BC has served as the Secretariat for APA, working to facilitate cross-border enforcement and sharing information and knowledge with 20 authorities from 12 countries across the Asia-Pacific region. We manage the organization's day-to-day operations, administer its fees and expenses, and act as a clearinghouse for member issues and concerns. In this role, we guide and organize the agenda for APA's twice-yearly forums, working closely with host jurisdictions, advising on the meeting's agenda, and collating and disseminating all documents related to it. The ultimate objective is to enhance the protection of British Columbians' personal information. Interjurisdictional privacy cooperation is never more important than when a privacy breach strikes a global business. Its impact is felt across many jurisdictions simultaneously, which in turn requires a coordinated approach among those jurisdictions' regulators. BC's leadership role in APA has been supported by this committee since 2016, the funding for which is slated to end this year. We, together with other APA members, are currently assessing the organization's processes, including which jurisdictions should be responsible for the Secretariat's role. APA needs additional time to complete this work, but what is apparent from our discussions with fellow APA members is that in the interim, there is a desire to have our office continue in the Secretariat role. We believe this would both serve the interests of British Columbians and APA members to do so for the next 2 years to ensure consistency and continuity. So to summarize our request of the committee, the inflationary wage cost pressures, together with our APA funding request, would mean that we are asking you to approve an operating budget for the fiscal year 2024-25 of $10.776 million. And assuming you were to provide us with the $402,000 to cover inflationary wage costs for this fiscal year, our 24-25 ask represents essentially no increase over the previous year, as you will see by looking at column I of your Table 1 template. And on the capital side, we are seeking approval in the amount of $105,000, which is inclusive of the $40,000 Resolve Contingency Fund that I mentioned above. I will now turn your attention to the two items in our 2024-25 budget which represent a greater than 5% increase. The first is the lift for wage inflation, which stands at 5.29%, as is indicated in Table 1 of our budget submission. The second is for amortizing the cost of the case tracker replacement system. This figure, found at Stop 73 of Table 1 of the committee's template, is in the amount of 27%. I'll be happy to respond to any of the questions or walk you through any of the STOB items item by item with the time we have left this afternoon. But just before I do that, Chair, if I may be permitted, just a moment of reflection. Although one can never be certain of these things, this may be my last committee appearance as Commissioner. I want to publicly thank Dave Van Sweeten of Shared Services, who has served our office so well in these proceedings. And I also want to publicly thank my senior leadership team, my deputies, Jeanette Vandenbalk and Oline Twiss, and seated in the back, Michelle Mitchell, our Director of Communications. Together with our whole staff, this is a group of people who have a deep appreciation for the unique role of the office and its contribution to the democratic fabric of our province, and who work very hard every day to fulfill their public responsibilities. To you and the committee, though, and I have to say I've been at this for a while, I have never lost my sense of how fortunate we all are to be part of a vibrant, healthy democracy in BC. I still wonder at the fact British Columbia governments of all political stripes over time have devolved special responsibilities to the whole of the Legislative Assembly to oversee the executive branch of government through these unique creatures called officers of the Legislature. I wake up every day grateful for the opportunity to serve as one of those creatures whose office I trust has helped strengthen our democratic system. I know that none of this can be taken for granted, and for that, Chair and committee, I want to express my deepest thanks to all of you and your predecessors for the support afforded our offices, and in fact all of the independent offices that serve this Assembly and the public. With that, Chair, I turn it to you and the committee for any questions you may have of us this afternoon.
Well, on that note, Michael, I will say thank you to being one of those creatures that finished early. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. It is very succinct and to the point, and I'm pretty sure it's going to generate a number of questions. I think I saw the first hand over there, correct? And then Susie.
Sure, and bonus marks too, right? For 15 minutes left. That's great. No, thanks. Thanks, Michael, for the presentation. Couple questions here. Obviously, we heard from Elections BC and certain threats to our democracy, whether it's through foreign influence or privacy breaches. You mentioned the report or something that's going on with looking into AI and how that affects our privacy. I was going to ask a question more on data storage and where that location. I heard previously in another committee that doesn't really matter maybe so much where the data is stored, it's how that data is secure. But I've also heard that within our own Canadian jurisdictions, it could be more valuable placing that data here. What's your opinion on that? Is data more secure here than anywhere else, or does it really matter? Because we're all receptive to cyber attacks and all those kind of things. So, just what's your opinion on that?
Well, it does matter where I think the data is stored and under what circumstances. Both of those things together are very important. So if the data is stored with a reputable company who has a solid track record and invests considerably in the security of their data, whether it's here in Canada or in the United States, for example, may not matter so much. But one of the things I think, and I've said this to public bodies and private institutions for that matter, the jurisdiction in which that server may rest could be very important, because that jurisdiction may not have the kind of privacy laws or privacy law in place to protect our citizens, for example. If the data moves to a jurisdiction where those protections don't exist, where a breach might occur, where there may be no reporting requirements, where there may be no obligation on that company who has the data to report that data loss to British Columbians. So two things public bodies and private institutions have to think about is when they either contract out with a third-party provider to store data, or when they do that, they need to ensure that the contractual provisions in place for its protection are strong and that there are clear remedies and notifications that have to be given in the event that something were to go wrong. Secondly, again, the jurisdiction is important. So one can think of a number of countries around the world where I don't think any British Columbian would necessarily want to see their data going or stored. Other jurisdictions, for example, in Europe, have very strong protections around data. And this is a significant issue going on internationally now. I just came back from an international conference where at the center of it was a discussion among jurisdictions about essentially who can trust who. So if I'm somebody doing business in Europe, the European governments are very particular and want to ensure that if the data is leaving Europe, the jurisdiction to where it's going is adequate, has adequate data protection in place. Canada is one of those countries now. We're considered adequate by Europe, but similarly, we need to be thinking about that as we send our data to other places.
Quick follow-up to that is, you know, you mentioned the United States. You know, obviously on September 10th, 2001, things looked a lot different on privacy as the next day. The Patriots Act came in, and obviously that was, you know, that changed the game a little bit for privacy and storage in the United States. So that's what I was leaning to. You know, at least within you're always at the hand of government or political change or whatever it is, threats, those kind of things. So I struggle with this one a lot, but you know, obviously wherever you store it, that has to be secure, and some you know, data storage in BC could be less secure than something in Russia or China. You know, it depends on who that third party is, but you know, I always lean on it's best at home. But anyway, I just wanted to hear your opinion on that. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Susie.
Thank you again for your presentation and for the work that you do. And if this may be your last term, then thank you for your service. The APA funding. Now, this is me just being something. However, if we've been doing it for that long at that expense, what benefit is it to British Columbia other than, you know, being part of APA, which I don't disagree with at all, but being the secretariat that's doing this additional work to keep APA going? What benefit do you feel that is that a worthwhile investment of our taxpayers' money to keep that role, or is it not time that some other state or whatever took it on?
On the last part of your question, that's part of the discussion that's going to take place amongst APA members actually coming up in a month or so. We took it on from Australia in 2016, and it may well be time for another jurisdiction to take it on. What benefits? Well, British Columbia is a leader in the Asia Pacific. It's important to the previous question about data flows, that when our data flows with the trade that we have in the Asia Pacific, that British Columbians want to be assured that that data resides safely in other jurisdictions. That happens when jurisdictions talk to one another about issues, when we can have joint enforcement actions, when we talk about common standards that are through the Asia Pacific. Those are fundamentally important. It's not a, as you can see from the ask, it's not a large investment, but it's an important one. And I note that others on this committee, I think of MLA Stewart, who's been, as at one time, I think a representative for the British Columbia government in Asia, MLA Chow, who is the Minister of State for Trade, and others, I'm sure all recognize the importance of those links. We want to make sure that the data flows that underpin that trade are trusted by the citizens in our province, and that we can act when things sometimes go wrong, that we're able to act in concert with other authorities. And when we are leading those authorities, that makes that job so much easier.
Ben?
Thanks very much, Commissioner. I just wanted to ask a further follow-on comment to what MLA Shapitka was talking about. In talking about data storage, I guess the question is why is it that BC doesn't have greater attraction? Because as a jurisdiction, at least my perception is, having been the minister before, that we have strong privacy protection rules. And secondly, I mean, I think seismically and the security and electricity, all the things. But what I can't figure out is why we're not attracting those storage. Now, I know we built one outside of Kamloops when I was the minister, but why haven't we been able to, what do we have to do to capitalize on the opportunity as a jurisdiction that's trusted and safe?
Well, there's some capacity in the province now. I think there is not just in British Columbia, but there's also capacity throughout the country. You've identified a couple of issues, one of which is just the environmental nature of these servers, which absorb a huge amount of energy, making them, I think, more beneficial to have them in cooler climates, for one thing. In terms of the number of other servers, a number of multinational companies have set up servers in Canada. I think of Microsoft, I think Adobe, I think. There may be others that I just don't come to me readily off the top of my head, but a number of other providers have. And the nature of these systems are such that often the data actually within these servers often flows globally, which is why you want to have protection in order to get some sense of scale and use of analytics. But even where the servers may be outside of Canada, there are now technologies in place where they allow for what might be called a lockbox. So it might be, for example, in the United States that the data resides, but you in British Columbia are the only one that has the encryption key allowing you access to that data that can't be accessed from anywhere else. So that provides some, I think, measure of security in some instances. But I do think, to further to your question, I do think that there are an increasing number of servers residing in Canada.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that.
Michael, I have a question with regards to inside your budget paper about the shift of flexible work and office space, and what do you being that we've just kind of migrating ourselves outside of COVID, what do you see that as the future imprint for office space and office workspace?
Yes, the situation I don't think has completely settled, but I think it's becoming clear. And I don't think there's much doubt. I think that the landscape has changed, I think, for the foreseeable future, at least in terms of what workplaces look like, remote versus in-place work. I would say at this point with our office, we were at a point pre-COVID where we were outside the walls of the space we had. We were either going to have to move or look at a new lease, or going forward, the lease from our building coming up in 2025. COVID has changed all of that. There's no question. I would describe our mix now probably as something in the nature of 60-40. So 60% of the workforce working remotely. Another 40%, some percentage would be in the office all the time. Some would be in a number of days a week. Some would be in a handful of days. So probably 40% of the staff has a presence in the office. And the expansion in the number of employees we have working for us over the last 3 years, in a way, we're able to accommodate those expansions within our given space requirements. And it's something now that we're in, Dave Van Sweeten and others, the other officers in the building are in discussion about the space requirements, whether what we have within the building is going to be sufficient to look after all of our needs. I'm inclined to the view that that I think at this stage we are comfortable with the space that we have, and we're not going to be needing additional space to expand. and working with our colleagues to figure out the best configuration going forward.
I guess on that note, with the as staff retire and as new staff are taken on, is there a flavor for the new hires to be in an office, or is there a flavor for the new hires to be at home?
Well, the answer to that is it's a mixed bag. I think we found we brought on, for example, thanks to the committee recommending a number of new adjudicators, which have taken and relieved a lot of the pressure. And we are now working at that backlog actively and on target for the targets that we set to this committee. And I'm pleased to say that to you. A number of those adjudicators are in the office. They want the solitude of being within a room and being next to colleagues where they can bounce matters off of. On the other hand, we are very lucky to secure the talents of some just outstanding investigators and policy analysts who wouldn't otherwise be able to come here to be able to afford or find housing in Victoria, but are residing in other parts of British Columbia. It's a reminder, our offices, these officers of the legislature, we represent an act for all British Columbians. And is it a condition of employment? You can only do that if you can come to Victoria and find a place to live. I think the answer is no. So it's a balance. As I say, some do want to work in and some outside the office.
Okay, I do not see anybody virtually with a hand or a thumb or anything up wanting a question. I don't see anybody from inside of the room that's there. So on that note then, Michael, thank you to you and to your staff for your presentation this afternoon, and thank you for what you do for the people of British Columbia when taking a look at it. I know you and I had a conversation before we started about those doorbells and what they can or cannot see that are out there, and I'm waiting for that day when somebody makes some comment that way as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, on that note, we will take a brief recess. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, and if Ben and Coralie can turn their cameras on. No. There we go. All right. Motion to go into closed? So moved. All those in favor? Contrary? Carried. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Contrary? Carried. Have a great weekend, everyone.